Get my equipment. It's so secure, is it? Yeah, it's just like the content. It's my
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. For those who are on Zoom, a reminder that when we get to Q&A, you can raise your hand on Zoom and we'll call on you to ask questions. We'll jump into the first paper today, which is Changing Central Bank Pressures and Inflation, which will be presented by Pierre Yard.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, John. Thank you, Jen, for organizing a terrific conference. Thank you for including our paper in the program. This is joint work with Hassan, Marina, and Ken, Changing Central Bank Pressures and Inflation. The motivation for the paper is that in the aftermath of the pandemic and the pandemic inflation, there is significant uncertainty about the path of inflation for the long run. The prevailing view supported by medium-term central bank forecasts is that inflation will go back to target and stay there on average. There is an alternative view, which is that even if inflation comes down, it will actually be higher on average and experience more spikes and more volatility of the sort that we more recently saw. This is a view that's articulated in a recent book by Goodhart and Pradhan. The basic idea is that permanent, persistent structural change in the global economy will reverse some of the disinflationary political economy forces that were discussed in Ken's 2003 Jackson Hole paper. What does the new Keynesian model have to say about long-run inflation? It turns out that the current approaches as they exist in the new Keynesian model don't have much to say. They either study transitory dynamics around zero inflation steady state, or alternatively, the assumption is that the central bank commits at date zero to an infinite policy sequence, and the long-run prediction there is that inflation is zero and doesn't respond at all to the economic environment. So what we do in this paper is we take the new Keynesian model off the shelf. We do not assume a zero inflation steady state, nor do we assume central bank commitment. And what that does is it allows economic factors to interact with central bank discretion in interesting ways, whereby endogenous economic pressures, as well as exogenous political pressures, exert pressures on the central bank and drive the path of inflation. What we do after introducing the framework is provide a fresh perspective on past inflation as well as future inflation. So what do? We take the standard new Keynesian model. That model involves monopolistically competitive firms that set prices under Calvo-style rigidity, so it's staggered price setting. You get a chance to change your price every once in a while. Households make consumption, labor, and savings decisions, and there are two potential inefficiencies that emerge here that can be addressed by monetary policy. First, there could be aggregate monopoly distortions, and in a model without capital, that means the labor share need not equal to 1. Second, there could be dispersion in those monopoly distortions, which show up as dispersions in prices, and that leads to misallocation. We depart from the standard model by not having an approximation around the zero inflation steady state, and by assuming central bank discretion. We think about a society delegating central banking to an agent with potentially different preferences. This is as is done in Rogoff 85. We solve for the full nonlinear model in a related paper that's with a Markov perfect equilibrium, and we do everything there. For today's presentation, we consider a simplified setting. We do a linear approximation around the solution to the full model. And it turns out that that is very simple to illustrate, as I'll do next. And I'm going to show you a diagram that illustrates that model for a particular situation where the labor share is held fixed. That is, monopoly distortions, equilibrium monopoly distortions are held fixed. And I'll be clear about why that is very soon. This is a graphical representation of the model. You have inflation pi on the y-axis, real GDP on the x-axis, and you have an upward sloping long-run aggregate supply curve. This should be somewhat familiar. One way to think about it is that an increase in real GDP increases real wages, and firms that are able to set their prices will increase their prices in response to higher real wages. That's a bit of a static intuition. If you think about long-run intuition in steady state, if you have higher real wages in steady state, that means that if you have inflation, you have higher absolute changes in nominal wages looking forward, and any firm that is setting prices is going to be a little bit worried of being left behind, and so it's going to increase its prices more aggressively. So that's the long-run aggregate supply curve, somewhat familiar. Less familiar would be the long-run aggregate demand curve, and that emerges because of the fact that we don't consider the linearization around a zero inflation steady state. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from the fact that if you have higher inflation, that leads to higher price dispersion with similar goods that are either overpriced and underpriced. And in the face of that type of price dispersion, you end up with lower demand, and that leads to a downward sloping long-run aggregate demand curve. The intersection of these two curves leads to the long-run equilibrium inflation, long-run equilibrium real output, and you have firms that are optimizing, you have households that are optimizing. Now, what I've presented here accommodates any central bank framework, because any central bank framework implies a process for the labor share, okay? What we show in the paper is that if you have discretion by the central bank, that is, if the central bank is choosing interest rates, taking the price setting process as given, then that implies that the labor share is constant across time. And interestingly, that labor share, which comes out of the central bank's preferences, is an index of the central bank's level of dovishness, because higher labor share corresponds to higher stimulus. And you can think about exogenous pressures on the central bank as changing that equilibrium labor share. I'm going to show you how you can use the framework to do different types of thought exercises. Suppose that you have an increase in monopoly power. That is an increase in the flex price monopoly distortions, not the equilibrium monopoly distortions here, but the flex price ones. What that does is that shifts to the left the long-run aggregate supply curve, because now firms set higher prices for every level of real output. And in equilibrium, that leads to an increase in inflation and a reduction in real output. The reduction in real output comes from the fact that there's higher price dispersion. This is very different from Barrow-Gordon, for example, because now you have real changes in output. In addition, what we show is that along the transition to that new steady state, you're going to have inflation jump up, okay? And then it's going to come down, except it's going to come down at a higher level. So that's also a difference relative to what we know about, models with discretion like Barrow-Gordon. You have these interesting equilibrium dynamics, more volatility in inflation that pops out. So that's an endogenous pressure on the central bank, in the sense that something that changes the economy, an increase in monopoly power, which could come from deglobalization, for example, because you have less competition, would increase inflation, and it would drop down to a higher level. What about changes that are in exogenous pressures on central banks? What if the central bank becomes more hawkish? Well, that does two things. First, it shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right, because now every single price-setting firm doesn't have to pay as high real wages, because the labor share is lower. Monopoly distortions on aggregate are higher. And because those monopoly distortions are higher, that shifts the long-run aggregate demand curve to the left. What you could see is that you end up with lower inflation, okay? But the effect on output is actually ambiguous, because two things are going on. On the one hand, aggregate economic distortions are increasing because the central bank is allowing those to increase. But on the other hand, the dispersion of those distortions is decreasing, because now you have lower inflation and lower price dispersion. What we've drawn here is the more quantitatively relevant case, which is that you get an increase in real GDP. And what we can show in the paper is that along the transition, what's going to happen is that inflation will jump down, output will jump down, so you'll get an economic contraction, but then you're going to end up landing in a place where you have lower inflation, you have higher levels of GDP. What we do in the second part of the paper is think through the historical decline in inflation, which I'm displaying here, which shows you that every single country group experienced a decrease in inflation. It's not just advanced economies. It's well documented that this happened in the 80s in advanced economies, but even in low-income countries, emerging markets, you see a secular decline in inflation through the mid-2010s or so. How can you think about that? You can think about that as the result of both endogenous and exogenous pressures on the central banks. If you have globalization, the rapid globalization that was discussed in yesterday's dinner discussion, that can result in more global competition. More global competition reduces the flex price monopoly distortions. That means lower monopoly power and that reduces inflation through the mechanism that I discussed in the previous slides. And another way in which you can explain that global decline in inflation is the expansion of the Washington Consensus. Privatization, liberalization also reduces monopoly power. You can also think about that as reducing fiscal pressures, because many economies, particularly in emerging markets, experienced a reduction in fiscal pressures as debts came down during this time. And that lower fiscal pressure also reduces the central bank's incentives to pursue expansionary monetary policy to support fiscal policy, and that results in lower inflation as well in this framework. Another consideration that we discuss in the paper is deunionization in advanced economies. Now, we don't model deunionization in the model we present, but an easy extension of that, of the new Keynesian model, allows for union power. Union power works very much like monopoly power, and a reduction in union power also shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right and results in lower inflation. So you have these three endogenous forces that result in endogenous political pressures on the central banks that reduced inflation. Of course, there's exogenous changes in central bank independence. Most central banks experience an increase in their independence, in their transparency. Many adopted inflation targeting. In addition to that, central banks in advanced economies hit the zero lower bound, and you can think about the zero lower bound as inducing a hawkish tilt to central banks because now they cannot expand monetary policy as easily. These two things, independence and hitting the zero lower bound, creates a low inflation bias, and that also results in lower inflation. In sum, if you look at the past, we think that central bank reforms explain some, but not the entire inflation decline. There's plenty of examples, for instance, in Latin America, where central bank independence deteriorated, but while central bank independence deteriorated, inflation came down. Inflation also came down in plenty of economies away from the zero lower bound. In addition, there's also cross-sectional studies looking at this subject, and for sure, central bank independence is associated with lower inflation in the cross-section, but there's lots of variation that cannot just be explained by that. And in particular, lots of that variation can be explained by differences in openness and different levels of public debt. Looking to the future, you can see that inflation hit a trough in the mid to late 2010s in every single one of these country groupings, and inflation spiked afterwards, as we all know. What do we have to say about the future, thinking through this particular framework? There are plenty of trends towards deglobalization, decline or stalling or decline in trade and FDI since the end of the global financial crisis, fragmentation of global capital flows, as we discussed yesterday, by geopolitics, lengthening of global value chains, particularly to China. In addition, the IMF projects every single country group to have a higher debt to GDP moving forward. These forecasts may even be too optimistic because we know that there's very rapid expansion of green spending, industrial policy. Given the geopolitical tensions, we can imagine defense spending increasing. With these pressures, you would think that that's going to increase the endogenous political economy pressures on central banks to allow inflation to be higher. And then third, supposing that long-term real interest rates return to their centuries-old trend, which means that they would go back up, that would shift the global economy away from the zero lower bound, and that would reduce the hawkish tilt on central banks and allow them with more wiggle room to stimulate. In sum, we think that there's a lot of evidence that endogenous political economy pressures on central bank will be increasing in the next decade. Of course, this assessment needs to be considered with some caveats. It's possible that some of the economic forces I'm discussing are short-lived. Maybe deglobalization reverses, maybe geopolitical tensions dissipate, or perhaps the zero lower bound continues to constrain central banks even in the face of these other pressures. In addition, it's possible that these forces I'm pointing to are counteracted by renewed efforts at central bank reform, central bank independence. These efforts would need to work in opposition to versus in tandem with the economic forces here, and that would be very different than what we experienced in the 80s and in the 90s. And of course, success here would be more likely if supported by fiscal reforms to reduce pressures on central bank. In sum, what we do in this paper is we introduce a very simple long-run aggregate demand, long-run aggregate supply framework to think about long-run inflation. That framework shows that inflation in the long run reduces aggregate distortions, but that comes at a cost of increasing idiosyncratic distortions. That's through price dispersion. The central bank has a single instrument to impact these two things, and that creates a trade-off where that trade-off emerges because of the staggered price setting that is embedded in these models. We show that the framework allows for a fresh perspective on what drove inflation down over multiple decades. And we also argue that the framework provides us with reasons for believing why delivering low inflation without spikes, which is stable, will be much more challenging in the future. Of course, success would require a strengthening of central bank independence as well as fiscal reforms to reduce pressures on central banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. The first discussant is Don Cohn.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for inviting me to discuss this paper. I suspect you didn't invite me for my deep knowledge of New Keynesian model, so I'm not going to dig into that model too much. But I am going to, at least I hope that wasn't your reason for inviting me, despite Pierre and Hassan spent some time over the last month trying to educate me into the model, but maybe not entirely successful. I did have trouble relating the model to my experience, my lived experience as a policymaker, and I want to dig into that a little bit, giving you my reaction. I thought it was a very interesting, thought-provoking paper, and it raises really important issues that we need to grapple with as a society, and particularly as central bankers or ex-central bankers. So I want to challenges relating the model to my lived policymaking, implications of the evolving macro landscape that Pierre just discussed. In that case, I agree with the general thrust of what they were saying. And then I think it's unlikely that we will get changes in central bank independence legislation that really strengthens central bank independence in the United States anyhow. So I think, but there are ways I think that the Fed's 5-year policy framework review, which begins this year for completion next year, can probably help to strengthen that independence and respond to those pressures. So challenges relating the model results to my experience as a policymaker. So as Pierre just explained, those slopes, the slopes of the long-run average demand, average supply, hinge on distortions from imperfectly competitive firms facing Calvo pricing constraints. And policymaking in the model focuses on those distortions, labor share, price dispersion. I just don't I don't recall having deep discussions of the amount of distortion in the market as influencing how we chose our inflation target and where we wanted to go. So the whole discussion was not quite policymaking. Focuses on cyclical issues, trying to hit a price stability goal and in the U.S. maximum employment goal. And the model suggests some trade-off between the inflation target and labor share, monopolistic distortions, and it just wasn't part of really what we were discussing. I think that to the extent that distortions are there, and they certainly are, at least most central banks would consider that to be the job of the competition authorities rather than the central bank. So it's a little hard to relate to the thing, despite Pierre's very intense responses to my emails trying to figure this out. So I did the long run, the downward slope of long run aggregate demand curve did, I think, did speak to me in a sense and reflect one aspect of policy making for central banks, and that is And this goes back a little bit to the discussion yesterday afternoon of the first paper, why do people dislike inflation? I think inflation makes relative price signals harder to read for both households and businesses, leading to inefficiencies. Remember, Greenspan's definition of price stability is where households and businesses didn't have to pay any attention to inflation. So that took it out of there just so they could interpret the signals they were getting on wages and prices as shifts in demand. But as a consequence of that, going from high inflation to low inflation was unambiguously good. It boosted output over time, and you hear this Jay Powell's press conferences. The route to maximum employment and maximum output is price stability, abstracting from zero lower bound issues. And Greenspan, in fact, had what I would think of as a long on average supply curve that sloped the other way. He said the closer you are to price stability, the more businesses have to pay attention to cost cutting in order to increase profits. They can't rely on price increases. So I had trouble relating to the slope of the long run average supply curve. And I think my question is, what do the authors want the central banks to take from the model? They don't want the central banks to. It's not helpful. I don't think the model is helpful in picking which inflation target you're looking at, because there you're looking at distortions, but you're looking at it relative to other things that are costs from inflation, like the uncertainties that aren't in the model. But it is, as Pierre emphasized, about the dynamics of shifting those curves and the response to pressure. And here I agree with the authors. I think the disinflation from the early 80s, mid-80s into the early 2000s reflected a lot of favorable developments, and Pierre went through them. I don't have to go back through them. The expansion of the global trading system we saw in Pierre Olivier's charts yesterday, a huge increase in trade and in foreign direct investment through about 2008, and then a leveling out. And I think I agree that that increase in trade was greater competition both for labor and capital. Privatization, deregulation was helpful. I think one thing we had in the U.S. was technological change, so an increase in productivity growth from mid-95 to about 2005. That also helped to damp inflation pressures and made it easier for the central bank to adopt a low inflation target, as we did do. So it's not clear whether these forces will go into reverse, but they're not going to be repeated. So I think the way to think about this is that there were favorable supply effects and demand effects through this period. Who knows whether they're going to go the other way, although the government deficit part does seem to be going that way. I agree on that. But they're not going to be repeated. So the pressures on central banks are likely to be greater. There are some caveats here. How important will those pressures be? How will our star go higher? The WEO of a year ago, April 23, said they expected our star. The demographics and productivity dominated our star, and they expected our star to go back to the low point it was in the 20 teens, or close to that anyhow, although there were caveats about continuing deficits and also about financial fragmentation putting upward pressure on our star. We saw globalization peak around 2008, but when we were discussing Penny Goldberg's paper about a year ago, a couple of us noted that even though it peaked in 2008, the 20 teens were a period of low inflation, low R star. So how important is that globalization to this thing? And the first paper yesterday noted that public's intense dislike of inflation, and I think that helps to provide an offset, a counterbalance to politicians, the latent inflationary bias that Ken and others have have noted in the politicians. But still, I don't think we can minimize those effects entirely. I mean, the market expects, if you read real interest rates in the market, they expect an R-star of close to 2 in the long run. These cost pressures do imply trade-offs are going to be more unfavorable than before. These higher interest costs will contribute to higher deficits, political discomfort. One of the candidates for president has shown no hesitancy to try and beat up on the Federal Reserve and exert political pressure. So I think it's something, I agree, it's something to worry about and something to think about how we can strengthen the price stability mandate and the support for that mandate by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is undertaking a review of its strategy, tools, and communication. It did this first in 2019 and 2020, and it said it would do it every 5 years. So I tried to think about, in response to the author's challenge of how to strengthen central bank independence and commitment to price stability, I tried to think a little bit about how you might conduct this review to that end. This goes to some of the communication issues we were talking about yesterday on the first paper. So I thought some of the things that the Fed could do in this process, it would be really helpful to start by saying, what are the lessons learned from our experience in 2021 and 22? What did we get right? What did we get wrong? Gowdy Eggertson and I wrote a working paper last spring, presented here at Brookings, which had critiques of the framework and the way it was implemented. But it would be great to see the Fed take a look at its experience and see how that should influence what it's thinking about with this framework review. The second thing would be good to see, just as background for the framework review, is them confronting the issues that the authors raised about globalization and unionization and budget pressures, and how important are those? How much should they influence? How much should we be taking account of those as we think about our strategy and framework? And then I think there are things they can do to reinforce the price stability target. So one thing I would say is last time they said it's 2%. That's not open to question. That's where we are. Well, I think it would be very helpful for them to say why. If they're going to stay at 2, why are they staying at 2? What are the costs and benefits of going to 3, as Jim Stock and Olivier Blanchard and others have suggested for zero lower bound issues? Why aren't we choosing 3? Why aren't we choosing 0, as we saw that the households favored in their responses to the thing? So I take with me conversations with Paul Volcker about the 2% target. He said it's way too high, too precise and too high. He didn't like the target. And I said, what about the zero lower bound? And he said, if you guys had been paying any attention to financial stability, you wouldn't have been stuck at the zero lower bound. But anyhow, I do think there's room to have a reasoned discussion about what price stability is, how to measure it, and what the right target is. And having that reasoned discussion would reinforce whatever the result was they came out. So don't take it as given. I would define maximum employment, the other piece of the framework, as the highest level consistent with price stability. There was a lot of kind of mealy-mouthing around this in the most recent framework review. My memory, Ben, is that the first speech you gave as chairman, you made that point very clearly, I think at Princeton. And I think one thing that would do is we're not about correcting for imperfect competition distortions. That's not our job. And we're not really focused on income groups or demographic groups. We're just focused on getting employment as high as consistent with price stability. And finally, I think the The last framework review, as Carola talked to us about yesterday, had several asymmetries in it that favored inflation or favored a more inflationary environment. One was the flexible average inflation targeting, which was flexible and average, but only when things were below, not when above. So you would average from the below part with a little bit of above. And it importantly had the labor market asymmetry. So we will respond very vigorously to undershoots the labor market, but not to overshoots the labor market. And I think they need to think carefully about the costs and benefits of that particular asymmetry. It tended to undercut preemption, and whether they really need two asymmetries. They need the new framework needs to be able to cope with the low R-star, low inflation world. We could go back there, but it also needs to encompass other possibilities. So they need to have a more general framework and one that they can stress test against other possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. The second discussant is Silvana Tenrio.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this excellent and very timely paper, which studies how economic and political economy factors might exert inflationary pressures on the economy. The analysis is based on a simple yet very intuitive model of demand and supply, which departs from Friedman's super neutrality in the long term. The long-run aggregate supply relationship here is upward sloping. Higher inflation reduces the markup distortion generated by monopoly power and increases activity. And the long-run aggregate demand schedule is downward sloping. Higher inflation increases price dispersion, which causes misallocation and reduces activity. So the framework captures the tension between different relative prices. As inflation increases, that reduces the average markup in the economy, but at the same time, it increases price dispersion and misallocation. The paper uses this model to explain how past trends in globalization, fall in union power, have pushed down on inflationary pressures over the past. And a key prediction of the paper is that as these trends reverse and political economy pressures intensify, central banks will find it much harder to keep inflation low and stable. So as I said, this is a great paper, very timely. It presents an elegant and intuitive model of long-run demand and supply, and it offers a very thoughtful and thorough discussion of past trends and the risks ahead. Let me praise a couple of features of the model. There's no commitment here, which is consistent with reality. Central banks optimize over relatively, really finite horizons. Think of 3, 4, 5 years. Why not more? Because central banks cannot commit the decisions or votes of future board members. Why not less? Because monetary policy lags are important, and the central bank cannot offset inflation immediately on impact. So we need a slightly longer horizon. The second feature is that inflation can be non-zero in the steady state, which is consistent with inflation targets of 2% or higher. And it relates to a literature on optimal inflation, going back to the ideas in Tobin, which portrayed inflation as the grease in the wheels with downward nominal rigidities. Some inflation can help with the adjustment of real wages and relative prices in the face of shocks. And this is the foundation for positive inflation targets, if you want. So that brings me to the mandate of the central bank. In the paper, the central bank tries to optimize a social welfare function that considers all possible distortions in the economy. In practice, central banks are delegated much narrower targets and in some ways simpler. So the question is, can and do central banks aim off those narrow targets to improve on social welfare. And one could argue that secondary or dual objectives such as full employment or output potential are not as precisely defined as a quantitative inflation target, and hence give latitude for some extra discretion. But in practice, and the key lesson from central bank practice and theory going back to Barrow Gordon and Keynes' contributions in the 80s, is that central banks need realistic estimates of output potential consistent with that target, and this is what Don was emphasizing. If the central bank aims to go beyond that potential, that leads to inflationary bias. And this is why central banks put an enormous effort in trying to estimate that output potential. In the jargon of this literature, that would be estimating the flexible price equilibrium level of output. And that's the best the central bank can aim for, rather than trying to solve for all possible inefficiencies. And this is also part of the reason why most central banks' mandates give primacy to the inflation target, with some limited short-term flexibility, given lax in monetary policy and given the possibility of temporary supply shocks. Now, on the question of does it pay to deviate from those targets, I would say that the answer right now is no. The performance of central banks is highly scrutinized by media, parliaments, markets, academics, and there's a body of expertise ready and able to detect and harshly criticize any slight sign of deviation. But the point of this paper is that that might change. And these changes in trends might put pressure on central bank to deviate, and that can take different forms, changes in remits, loss of independence, or just central banks trying to aim off of those potential, of the output potential consistent with target. So let me open a parenthesis about what happened in the last 3 years. We saw a remarkable concentration of tail events in advanced and globally. But let me focus on advanced economies here in the UK and Euro area, which I know better. And also, I want to concentrate there because I think the intensity of the supply shock was much more remarkable than in the US. The energy shock alone in the UK and the Euro area was much larger than what these countries experienced in the 1970s and 80s with the oil crisis. And now, despite this enormous supply shock and the trade-offs that it imposed, there's no evidence that the central banks have been trying to aim off potential or trying to increase output or consumption above that potential. In the case of the UK, consumption today is 2% below what it was in 2019. In the Euro area, it's just marginally above. The US stands out. Consumption is 11% higher than it was in 2019, but still lower than its pre-COVID trend. So what I would say is that there's no evidence that central banks were trying to aim off that potential here. And in fact, inflation at high frequency in the UK and the Euro area, both core and headline, are already back at target. And this is within 3 years of the invasion, which would be the natural policy horizon for normal shocks. And this is obviously has been a much bigger shock. So I wanted emphasize here the distinction between expected changes in trend that can be foreseen from unexpected trade-off inducing shocks like the energy shock, because this type of shocks will inevitably cause transitory deviations from target given the lags in monetary policy transmission. To offset the energy shock, the cumulative increase in energy prices in the UK was 115%. To offset that on impact, you will need a massive deflation on impact in services, which you can only achieve with a massive crisis. So, of course, if these shocks become so frequent or persistent that they change the trend, then we're back to the first case, which is the case that the authors focus on, changes in trend. And the question of the paper is, will the central banks take this new speed limit or this new potential or try to go beyond that? And here I want to make just an emphasis on the general equilibrium effect of some of these trends, and in particular focus on globalization. Globalization, lower price, all else equal, lower prices of imported goods, and then led to an increase in real incomes and private demand, which pushed up on services inflation. So there's a little bit of a Balassa-Samuelson channel here with nominal frictions. And obviously, central banks were in charge of dealing with any imbalance between supply and demand. Now, deglobalization will put this process into reverse, will lead to a fall in real incomes and eventually demand, which could eventually put downward pressures on domestic inflation and services inflation. This is the point of Ambrosino and others. And we had a glimpse of that. Globalization peaked in 2008. However, as again Dawn emphasized, inflation has been below target in the period before the pandemic. So there was a sense that, yes, the globalization might be inflationary in partial equilibrium, but when we consider the general equilibrium effects, that might not be the case. Now, one point in the paper is that deglobalization is conceived as an increase in markups, but the same general equilibrium concerns apply. The question is who gets the benefits from this higher monopoly power, and what are the distributional effects if this is going to people with lower marginal propensity to consume, for example. In the paper, the reason why this is inflationary is because the central bank always tries to keep the labor share constant, which is equivalent to aiming off potential, and that would be inflationary. So the message here, and this is what I want to emphasize, is that deglobalization per se is not inflationary or might not be inflationary. It depends on how aggregate demand responds to these lower real incomes. And in fact, inflation might be muted by the general equilibrium response of demand. The key is that deglobalization, as many of the other trends that they are concerned with, will lower growth. And this will put the pressure on central banks. I mean, will they take this lower growth as a constraint, or lower potential growth as a constraint, or will they try to stimulate the economy over that potential? And so I think there are, two possibilities here, and one that is a bigger concern. The first one, governments might undermine central bank independence and force them to aim beyond potential, or there is a change in remit somehow, exploiting this long-run aggregate supply, upward sloping aggregate supply. On what to do, I think on the first point, there will be agreement amongst most economists that would be a disastrous outcome if central banks were to lose their independence or central bankers somehow were forced to aim off their targets. On the second, there is some scope for debate on the optimal inflation target. That's not settled, and there are different views out there. And most important, I think, in flexible inflation targeting regimes, there's more work and discussion on that secondary objective or dual mandate, which is where I see the biggest differences across central bank mandates. And perhaps that's where we should have more of a discussion. In either case, I think there is a big role for academic and policy institutions like Brookings to play a part in that debate. So just to conclude, I think this is an excellent paper to think about the risks ahead as some of the trends that we've seen reverse. I think the main problem, as I emphasize, is low growth, because that's what challenges existing institutions, including central banks. as a discussant, we instinctively tend to push back or look for the other side of the argument, but I keep coming back to think, okay, this is a big risk that they're putting on the table. It's hard to argue against this, and just because that risk has not crystallized yet, we shouldn't be complacent about that. And I thought an interesting contribution by Thomas Rexel speaks directly to your paper, and that's probably something that you can relate to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Silvana. And we'll open to Q&A now. And again, for those on Zoom, just raise your hand in the app. So let's start with Bob Hall. Make sure the microphone is on. Thanks.
Okay. How's that? A prominent feature of this paper is the attack on commitment, and I would like to draw attention to an important paper that Stanley Fischer wrote in response to this topic a while ago, which observes that we find successful commitment in fiscal policy is pretty universal across governments. The Ramsey optimum of a standard taxation problem is to tax everybody to the hilt at day zero. And if you've ever worked on these problems, that answer pops out everywhere. But that never happens. There's only the weakest governments seem to have any problem committing to avoiding confiscatory tax policy. And if they can do it in taxation, which is almost universal, then why can't they do it in monetary policy, in which case things come out very differently. So I'd just like to especially point out that paper by Stan Fischer.
Thanks. Maury and then Athanasios.
Yeah, I had basically four points I wanted to raise. First is following up on the point Bob Hall made on fiscal policy. The paper sort of implicitly introduces fiscal policy as one of the pressure factors on monetary policy going forward. But in a sort of Markov model where the central bank has some sort of social welfare objective, the government's fiscal commitments would appear as a state variable, and without commitment, even the monetary authority would respond to those. So I'm wondering about how the model would look if that sort of consideration were explicitly brought in, the monetary fiscal interaction. Second point, just from my superficial reading, it looked like you kept the Calvo parameter lambda constant throughout the analysis. And my question is, in an environment where trend inflation can move over time, is that really a reasonable assumption? And if not, how would that affect the analysis? Third comment is to bring up a paper that I think is important but under-referenced, which is related to all this, which is by Argia Borbone of the New York Fed in the Gali-Gertler volume from 2010, where she looks at the effect of globalization on inflation and the Phillips curve in an explicitly open model with endogenous markups, and I thought that would be a useful reference to include. And finally, the issue of how does globalization work if we think that globalization, deglobalization are critical. In the short run, we think a lot about import prices, but in the longer term, Goodhart and his co-author emphasized the effective doubling of the world labor supply in the early 1990s as China, the former Soviet bloc, come into the world economy, as India has important reforms, as well as other emerging markets. And what this does over time, in the long term, through a Heckscher-Ohlin framework, is to lower global wages, lower wages worldwide. You increase the global supply of labor by that much, there will be strong deflationary pressures on wages, which provide a headwind a tailwind rather to disinflation. And it's really the reversal of that Goodhart is pointing to. Given the model's emphasis on the labor share, I think that's an interesting way to think about where we are going.
Thanks. Athanasios.
Thank you. So it's very interesting paper. Much like the discussants, I would like to relate this to the framework reviews that a number of central banks have been doing and the Fed again starting and doing next year, trying to translate the question. Assuming that we do have risks of higher inflation pressures, which I agree those risks are there. We may see them in an increased R-star due to, we can see them from demographic factors, we can see them from politics. The question I would like to see more of in the paper is what is the advice we give to central banks for improving the policy framework in order to assure the low inflation that is associated with price stability that in the long run contributes to maximum employment in the case of the Fed, maximum sustainable growth for everybody else. And the question I would want to ask more specifically is there is too much discretion in the paper in terms of course, we realize that it's very difficult for central bankers to commit fully in practice to anything. But what is the advice we can give on constraining that discretion, which is, I thought, the big lesson we got from the 80s, 90s, 2000s. Constrained discretion is a useful way for preserving price stability. Is there a way to relate that lesson to the policy advice that comes out of the paper?
Jonathan Pingle.
Yeah, so I thought the paper was great, and it actually touches on a big debate in macro right now. But the one kind of question I had for the authors was, there's some discussion of magnitudes, and it's not an empirical paper per se, and it is very global. But we are, a lot of us, I think, putting this in the context of the developed market central banks, where I think the empirical magnitudes would help the discussion a lot. And the reason I say that is, there's a heavy emphasis on deglobalization, for example, but I can think of plenty of estimates of the effect of globalization on U.S. inflation being, say, 0.2 on core PCE inflation over a decade, which certainly adds up over time. But if we undid that, you would think that would be, within the realm of a central bank to decide what to offset elsewhere in aggregate demand and still achieve the inflation target. Or you could make a case that even if it's, say, 3 or 4 that maybe all that's done is shift to low inflation pre-pandemic back up to a distribution that's centered around 2. And I think the discussion would probably be helped somewhat by trying to frame some of the magnitudes in terms of whether or not these are estimates that really would change central bank behavior.
John?
So I'd like to praise a few things about the paper. First, one kind of bias that I feel our field sometimes falls into is what I sometimes call an end of history bias, where we've come to have all these great institutions and like central bank independence and so on, and we can't imagine that going away or getting any worse. And then of course history doesn't end and things happen, and so I'm very glad that these authors are taking seriously the notion that some of these favorable trends that may have contributed to favorable outcomes over the last few decades may go into reverse. Now, related to that, my reading of why the sacrifice ratio in the recent inflation episode was so favorable relative to previous episodes is that anchoring of inflation expectations was much better this time than in the 80s, for example, or even the 90s. And so, why is that? Well, that's because central banks spent 30 years, talking about nothing but commitment, and it made a difference. Okay, so that you might think that goes against this paper, which is trying to move us away from being convinced that central banks are committed. But actually, I think it doesn't, because I think the literature, the academic literature, it makes this incredibly extreme assumption of perfect commitment. And so that means that, and that sometimes, you'll read a paper which is about optimal policy, and that explicitly makes a perfect commitment assumption. But lots of papers are, they don't mention the word commitment, but they assume that the central bank follows a policy rule, which implicitly commits the central bank to a policy rule. And so the issue of what long-run inflation is just not even on the table in those kinds of papers, because the rule assumes that inflation will go back to whatever the rule implies in the long run. So for the most part, the literature just doesn't have a framework for thinking about anchoring of inflationary expectations, because it's usually assumed in the model, and so taken off the table. And so that's one thing that I really enjoy about this paper, is that it's helping us build, this is one of the things that I think the literature needs to do a lot more of, is to build frameworks where you can think about those things. You're not at one of the extremes. And so, yeah, I like that a lot.
Any other questions? Steve, sneaking in at the last minute. Oh, sorry.
So I want to pick up on something Silvana mentioned briefly at the very end. She mentioned this paper that takes a text-based approach to assessing what, as I understand it, central bankers think they're doing and what forces they are reacting to. And that suggests a useful distinction between the broad question of whether central banks can perfectly commit, and if they don't, what they're responding to, and whether this particular model gets the main forces in that regard correct. And it's not for this paper, but it would be very useful for follow-up papers, including the one that Silvana mentioned, to actually assess over recent decades, using text-based methods, what central bankers think they are doing and what political pressures they perceive, and other pressures, not just political pressures, they perceive they are responding to. So the paper Silvana mentioned does that. There's a paper in the AJ Macro in 2012 that basically makes the case through careful textual readings of Fed speeches and meeting transcripts and so on, that the Fed did see itself as responding partly to political pressures in the 1970s, and that was an element, an important element of its central banking, monetary policy decisions. So I'd like to see that as kind of a complement to this work.
Andy Atkinson.
So thanks. One of the things that just preoccupied me for years, and I've talked to John Steinson about it, one of his papers, term structure modelers struggle to understand the movements of long-term interest rates. And there's been an evolution in that literature. There's a Kosecki and Tinsley paper from the early 2000s that tried to explain that from movements in the Fed's long-run inflation target. And then Jeremy Stein, and I forget his co-author, said that there you are, okay, that in later years, it seems that the movements in the long-term interest rates are coming from movements in the TIPS rate and not from movements in the inflation rate. And so the mystery was, why were long-term real interest rates moving? But I mean, it does strike me that there seems to be no reason that we couldn't go back to the world and you would pick it up fast, but by seeing that if the long-term inflation compensation required in interest rates was moving, that would be your first signal that perhaps you were losing credibility. So it seems this seems to be something to bring into the discussion. And if you had a useful model that the kind of the political economy helped you understand long-term interest rates, particularly the inflation compensation in them, that would be very interesting.
David Romer.
Silvana said the model's very intuitive. I think her intuition is better than mine, and I'm having a lot of trouble understanding it and wanted to ask whether a much simpler model captured the essence of this. So things I find hard, first there was the upward sloping long-run aggregate supply curve, and Don Cohn pointed out correctly, every central banker thinks the long-run supply curve slopes the other way. And is that Is that because they're talking about different things, or they have different views? A second thing that confused me was the long-run aggregate demand curve, which is described as working through price dispersion. That seems to me to be a supply effect. With price dispersion, a given amount of labor produces a consumption bundle in terms of its utility value, the properly measured output that's lower, so I was confused by that. And then in the presentation, the fact that there's lack of commitment, it wasn't clear where that entered. So here's my simpler model. My simpler model is Rogoff 1985. And so it's a static game, and a key parameter for determining inflation is essentially the marginal benefit of a little bit of surprise inflation or surprise output. If there's more monopoly power, there are bigger distortions. That increases that parameter. If there's more nominal government debt out there, then the real windfall and the reduction in future tax distortions is greater from a little bit of inflation. So that would seem to pick up their effects. And I essentially want to know if I'm completely misunderstanding the mechanisms of the model, if I think about that, obviously order of magnitude more intuitive model.
Okay, then we'll go back to the authors. Ken or Hassan?
To start and turn to my co-authors. First, thank you very much, Don and Silvana and everyone for the very helpful comments, and we'll try to incorporate that as we think about it. And I just want to emphasize a couple of points. First of all, the model's about the whole world, not just about the United States, and so it's not just one set of institutional frameworks. It's also trying to think long run. So it's not really, and forgive me if I'm overstating this, a model for central banks to use that they didn't have. They have a lot of models. It's a model about how they're chosen, how the rules are set. And, you know, if you think, well, all central bankers want 2% inflation, I think you're kidding yourself. It's a balance of risks. They're often, especially after big shocks, you don't know what's next. What risk are you going to take with employment, with inflation? And I would submit in those circumstances, it's actually quite different. I would say there were political dynamics in what happened in 2021. You know, obviously, by the way, central bank independence is great, but it's very new. And if you think, you know, John mentioned the end of history, I was going to say this anyway, but if you think this is just guaranteed that we're going to have it forever, it's a very new phenomenon around the world. I have to parenthetically say, when I wrote my paper in 1983, it got rejected at the JP. By the way, Barrow said he didn't, just pocket rejected it, saying he didn't think having institutional independence would be meaningful, and therefore, you know, this wouldn't solve the Barrow-Gordon problem or the Kydland-Prescott problem. And, you know, it's new and it could change. And just one other point about a difference between this and the model I had in 1985 that's actually quite important is Pierre showed it, the sort of the cool little dynamics there that you saw when the curve shifted. We show quantitatively you can get a lot of overshooting. So think of it as a model, not that inflation is going to be 3% all the time instead of 2%, but the kind of spikes that we got up and down you might see more often. So turn it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Don and Silvana, for great comments. So I want to start with like a couple of the questions that came up in terms of the model. That, for example, what happens if this Calvo parameter? Maury asked about the Calvo parameter, the fact that, you know, maybe as inflation rises, things change. If we think that at higher levels of inflation, prices are going to be more flexible, that's actually something that goes more in favor of the argument that central banks should be more careful, because with more flexible prices, the cost of succumbing to these like inflationary pressures are going to be high in terms of the sacrifice ratio. In terms of questions about aggregate supply and aggregate demand, this is a framework in which firms are thinking about what inflation is going to be in the long run. So in terms of the aggregate supply curve, when inflation is higher, they have to kind of think about how much they want to like bring in those like high inflationary pressures in the future into their current prices. And as long as they're not doing it all the way, there's always going to be an upward relationship between what inflation they think they're going to face and how much they want to raise their prices today. And that's going to create like an upward sloping relationship. In terms of aggregate demand and the fact that price dispersion should be thought of more like a supply force. The consumption bundle intuition that you gave, I think, is right on point in the sense that that comes from the household side. That comes that fixing the amount of resources that we have in the economy and given the distribution of prices, how much consumption would I like to demand? And it's later when we aggregate that part of the model with the supply side that we interpret that as a reduction in the productivity, because for the same amount of resources, we produce less output. But that's coming from the household side in terms of given a distribution of prices, how much consumption they want to demand. And one last point I wanted to make is that there was a discussion of, potential output and how we think about it in this literature as the amount of labor or output that's going to prevail under flexible prices. But that's an interpretation that I think relies a lot on this institutional background. And in fact, when we think about the mandate of the Fed and think about maximal employment, it's not really clear whether that maximal employment includes the effects of these distortionary forces that we're putting into the model that are creating inflationary pressures. So one thing that could really help in terms of, Fed's framework came up, would help in terms of providing guidance is that what kind of distortions are going to be included in the Fed's framework in thinking about maximal employment, and what kind of distortions are going to be left out because we think that they're not related to the amount of output that's going to prevail under flexible prices.
I wanted to just add a few things. Thank you for all the comments. I think it's useful to note that any model we have of how the Fed or how central banks matter for the economy in the short run also have long run implications. So name your favorite model. Your favorite model is going to imply that countercyclical policy works for the exact same reasons that average inflation is going to have long run effects, because countercyclical policy works because it alleviates distortions. That's kind of that's how it works in these models. I did want to address one other issue, which Maura, you asked about fiscal policy. We do have some discussion of that in the paper, I have a related paper with Jesse Schrager and Emilio Zaratiegui that models fiscal monetary interactions, and there you can think about two channels by which fiscal pressures can exert pressures on the central bank, and that's because of pressure to kind of devalue the debt burden, and then the second pressure is from reducing the rollover cost of newly issued debt, and you can bake that into a Markov model where both have some discretion.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks to the authors and the discussants, and we'll come back at 10 o'clock. If everybody could take a seat, we're ready to get started again. Where are you? You ready? Okay, the next paper is titled The Emergence of a Uniform Business Cycle in the United States, Evidence from New Claims-Based Unemployment Data, be presented by Andrew Fieldhouse.
Thank you, John and Jan, for including our paper on the program. This is joint work with David Monroe, Christopher Coe, and Sean Howard, and the usual disclaimers apply for the IMF and the Federal Reserve System. Macroeconomists are increasingly working with panel data sets and exploiting regional heterogeneity to identify economic relationships, such as estimating cross-sectional fiscal multipliers or studying the slope of the Phillips curve. Unfortunately, our official monthly unemployment data for U.S. states only goes back to 1976, which is a big impediment to empirical work with states. Reflecting data limitations, a lot of the papers related to our work start their analyses in the late 1970s or are constrained to working with annual data that's less well suited to business cycle analysis. Our first contribution is a data contribution. We digitize monthly state unemployment insurance claims data for all US states going back to the 1940s. And we use this digitized claims data to construct new claims-based unemployment rates that can be consistently measured back to the 1940s as well. Our data set provides roughly 3 additional decades of monthly state-level data. I'll show you in a few slides that our new measure is correlated with official measures and overlapping samples and reflects similar business cycle dynamics. Excitingly, our preliminary data set is now publicly live on the conference webpage if you want to check it out. The panel data set includes a panel of our claims-based unemployment rates for US states, as well as all of the underlying unemployment insurance claims data that we digitized. There's a lot you can do with this data set. In this paper, we use it to study the fluctuation of state unemployment rates around and in relation to the aggregate US business cycle. And we use it to study the evolution of labor market adjustments to state-specific demand shocks. I'll show you, we document a trend decrease in the dispersion of relative unemployment rates across states over the post-war cycle, as well as a trend decrease in the dispersion of relative employment growth across states. We also document a convergence across states in both the speed and the degree to which unemployment recovers following recessions. And lastly, we document a marked attenuation of relative population responses to state-specific demand shocks, whereas the response of relative employment and unemployment hasn't changed quite as much. We think that all of this evidence points toward the emergence of a US business cycle that's increasingly experienced more uniformly across states, particularly since the late 1950s. And we think that states experiencing a US business cycle more uniformly helps explain this attenuation of relative population responses, certainly relative to what Blanchard and Katz found studying an earlier period in their seminal paper. Before I show you what we do, I want to explain what we don't do. Official measures of state unemployment produced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics are a statistical construct estimated from microdata and unemployment insurance claims data, and a lack of CPS microdata before 1976 precludes backdating the series. I want to be clear, that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to displace or backdate any official measure. What we're instead doing is using unemployment insurance claims for regular state UI programs as a proxy for unemployment, more similar to the Department of Labor's insured unemployment rate. We digitize monthly data on initial claims and continued claims for every US state back to the 1940s from a series of digitized government reports we stitched together. We digitized about 36,000 monthly observations at the state level, and then merged this with data available from the Department of Labor from 1971 onward, cleaned the data, seasonally adjust the data. Our claims-based unemployment rate for state I in month T is computed as a ratio of average weekly initial and continued claims in the numerator, our proxy for unemployment, relative to a proxy for the labor force, using non-farm payroll employment as our measure of E, and again, the average weekly initial and continued claims as our measure of U. Now, the choice to use non-farm payroll employment is strictly motivated by data limitations. It's the only employment series available at a monthly frequency for almost every state back to the 1940s. This first figure shows our claims based on employment rate in red for Ohio, a large representative state. It also plots the BLS unemployment rate in green and the Department of Labor's insured unemployment rate in blue. First thing that jumps out is the obvious benefit of our series. You get nearly 3 decades of additional monthly state-level data spanning the first 6 of 12 post-war recessions. It's also immediately clear that our series tracks the insured unemployment rate incredibly well. There's a level difference with the BLS unemployment rate, and that's to be expected. Right? Our measure captures a narrower pool of benefit-eligible workers. Right? So self-employed workers won't show up in our measure, and any workers who exhaust regular state claims will drop out of our measure, just like they do the insured unemployment rate. Right. These are among many conceptual differences. There are conceptual differences between our series, the BLS unemployment rate, and the DOL insured unemployment rate. Our divergence conceptually is entirely motivated by historical data availability. In the paper, we go through a myriad of robustness checks and validation exercises and discuss this at length, and I'm going to skip over almost all of that in the interest of a 15-minute presentation, but I'll highlight just one validation exercise. So we just saw that the insured unemployment rate is a very good measure that we track with our claims-based unemployment rate for Ohio from 1986 onwards. For a longer historical comparison, we also backdate the US insured unemployment rate back to the 1940s, and this figure depicts the cyclical component of our insured unemployment rate for the United States as a whole in red, along with the cyclical component of the insured unemployment rate for the US in black, both extracted using an HP filter. And you can see that the cyclical components track each other nearly perfectly. Right? The inflection points line up to a dot, amplitude dynamics exactly the same, correlation 0.98. Right? So any informational content that you'd extract from the insured unemployment rate on labor market slack, you can recover with our measure as well. All right, turning to our empirical analysis, this next figure shows the claims-based unemployment rates for each state, plotted in blue over the post-war sample, all measured relative to the US claims-based unemployment rate. The red line plots the standard deviation of these claims-based unemployment rates scaled on the right axis. And what we're seeing is that the dispersion in unemployment across US states is gradually trending down over the post-war era. And that's true during business cycle expansions and recessions. Right? The peak standard deviation around all of the NBR bars is trending down, at least up until you get to the pandemic. Right, so states are increasingly experiencing unemployment dynamics much more in sync with the aggregate US business cycle. Very similar pattern emerges if you look at relative employment growth instead. The next point of convergence that I want to highlight relates to the speed at which unemployment recovers after recessions. Bob Hall and Mariana Kudliak have a nice paper documenting that the recovery rate of US unemployment has been very stable since the early 1960s, but it was a little bit higher in the 40s and 50s. And our data set allows us to examine this at the state level. We follow their methodology and compute the pace of recovery in unemployment over expansions as the log point change in the unemployment rate from month 0, the start of recovery, through the end of the recovery rate at month T. Right? So this statistic is the average percentage decline in unemployment from the maximum unemployment rate during a recession to the minimum unemployment rate at the end of the following expansion. You obviously need recession dates for this exercise. We follow the unemployment-based recession dating algorithm of DePraz, Nakamura, and Steinson to compute recession dates for all 50 US states and the United States as a whole. This next figure shows the unemployment recovery rates with a circle for each state across each of the post-war business cycle expansions for the United States as a whole. The cross marks reflect the aggregate US unemployment rate, recovery rate. Like Hall and Kudliak, we document a relatively stable unemployment recovery rate since the early 1960s, faster unemployment recovery rates in the earlier post-war era. But we also document this marked convergence at the speed at which unemployment is recovering across states. Again, at least until the pandemic although we think that dispersion occurred for slightly different reasons. Now, all of these recovery rates are measured based on the aggregate US business cycle. But in the paper, we show that this deceleration in unemployment recovery rates and convergence in unemployment recovery rates is entirely robust to indexing to state-specific trough dates in proximity to national trough dates. We also document that the degree to which unemployment recovers has converged across states. Since the early 1980s, almost every state sees its unemployment rate recover just as much as unemployment rose in the previous recession, whereas back in the late 1970s and earlier, it was much more common for some states to still be recovering from the last recession when the next recession hit and started pushing their unemployment rate up. Okay. Lastly, we revisit the classic question of how labor markets adjust to local demand shocks. Building from the seminal work of Blanchard and Katz and related work by Dow, Fukari, and Lungani, among others, we estimate relative employment, unemployment, and population responses to a relative industry mix Bardic instrument in a local projection instrumental variable framework. But we do so over the full post-war sample and document the evolution of these local labor market responses. Among the main takeaways, we find that migration used to be a very important margin for adjustment, but we find a negligible response of population proxying for interstate migration since the mid-1980s. This is sort of counter to the earlier work of Blanchard and Katz over an earlier sample, a little bit more in line with evidence from Dow, Fukari, and Lungani. We also document much less attenuation in relative employment, a little bit more transitory, less attenuation in unemployment dynamics. And this bigger attenuation in population suggests that non-participation, labor force participation, is playing a little bit more of a role, while interstate migration is playing a little bit less of a role, or much less of a role, in the adjustment to local shocks. Now, lastly, we document that larger or above average Bardic shocks are driving all of the action in this exercise. Right? You need big local shocks, big relative local shocks to induce any of these responses. But these larger above average shocks are fewer and relatively smaller in recent decades, which is again consistent with states increasingly experiencing an aggregate US business cycle more similarly. I think I have time. I'm just going to show you what the population impulse responses look like, right? So this is the population, the impulse response of relative population to a -1 percentage point shock to state income based on their industrial composition relative to the US as a whole. You see a gradual but highly persistent decrease in relative population. The gray bands are 95% confidence intervals. And this is estimated over the earlier post-war sample, 1950 to 1985. Now, you fast forward to the Great Moderation to COVID recession sample, 1986 to 2019, and that relative population response all but disappears. Right? It's only statistically significant at a horizon of 10 years or more. Now, there's a large literature, or rich literature, documenting a decline in interstate migration in the United States, particularly since the 1980s. This evidence squares with that, but we think that our paper provides a little bit of a new explanation for why interstate migration has been decreasing. The gains to be had from moving from your state to another state for cyclical reasons have dissipated as unemployment dynamics across states have converged, particularly since the start of the Great Moderation. All right. Just to wrap up, we start by digitizing a whole bunch of historical unemployment insurance claims data for all US states, and we use this to construct new monthly unemployment insurance, monthly claims-based unemployment rates to expand our historical record of unemployment at the state level. We use our data set to study the evolution of state-specific demand, evolution of state labor market responses to state-specific demand shocks, and the evolution of US state-level unemployment rates in relation to the aggregate business cycle. Our evidence points towards the emergence of a US business cycle that's increasingly experienced uniformly across US states. We think that this evidence helps us explain the decrease in interstate migration responses to labor market shocks. In the paper, we start taking a little bit of a stab at why this convergence has occurred. In particular, it looks like convergence in industrial composition across states is particularly important, especially as it relates to the transition away from manufacturing over the post-war sample. We hope that our panel data set proves useful for a wide array of empirical work at the state level. And with that, thank you. We look forward to our discussants' comments and Q&A.
Thanks, Andrew. And the first discussant is Steve Davis.
All right, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to discuss this paper. And picking up where Andrew left off, this data set is indeed quite useful for research, and I expect lots of other people to pick up on it. So that's one main contribution of the paper. The other main contribution is to document some new or at least refined understandings of the evolution of the character of business cycle fluctuations over the last 75 years or so in the United States. So so that's also useful. I want to make three sets of comments. The first one's, I don't know whether it's a minor comment or not, but about measurement issues, there's one respect in which I would encourage the authors to do things differently than they did. I will explain why. And then I'm going to pick up on two of the facts that they document about changes over long periods of time in the character of business cycle fluctuations in the U.S. With respect to the pace of recession recoveries, and there's evidence that it's slow, that is slowed a bit, excepting the COVID recession. Everything here is excepting the COVID recession, which was quite distinctive and my expectation not likely to be repeated often in the future, but I could be wrong. So I'm gonna try to offer partial explanations for that finding. And the second is maybe the most important result in the paper is that recessions have become, and fluctuations more generally and recoveries from recessions, have become more spatially uniform across states in the United States. And that prompted me to think about the question on point 5 here, which I think is an important question. Will future labor market transformations involve less in the way of economic hardship and dislocation than did deindustrialization? And after thinking about the question a bit prompted by their paper, and I'm going to put some other facts on the table, I've come to the conclusion that the answer is probably yes. Okay, so here's their claims-based measure of unemployment. And as Andrew explained very clearly, all of the terms except the NP term, non-farm payroll employment, are coming from the unemployment insurance system, initial claims and continuing claims. The NP piece, that's non-farm payrolls coming from a different source. The issue that, the measurement issue that arises is the ratio of covered employment covered by the UI system and non-farm payroll employment rose a lot over the early decades of their sample period. By 1979 or so, they're essentially the same. The coverage of the UI system is very close to what's covered by non-farm payroll. But in the decades leading up to that, they are converging. And more importantly, my understanding is that convergence is happening at different times in different states. So that creates what in their claims-based measure, and I'll show you the picture of just how this looks at the aggregate level. So this is directly from their paper. You can see from about 79 onward that their national measure of the claims-based unemployment rate and insured unemployment rate are essentially right on top of each other. The gap is fairly wide and closing over time. But because it's closing over time at different times in different states, you're getting some movements in their measure of the claims-based unemployment rate that are just a consequence of the convergence of the covered employment to non-farm payroll employment. Now, there's two reasons why I think they should just do their best shot at estimating the insured unemployment rate back to 47. One is we'll just simplify the exposition in the paper a whole lot. and get away from all this discussion about, well, there's the claims-based unemployment concept, which I don't really think conceptually adds anything to the insured unemployment rate or the CPS concept of unemployment. But secondly, I suspect that they've somewhat overstated, I don't think this is a big deal, somewhat overstated the extent of the convergence in the similarity of state-level business cycles over time. Now, if you read the paper carefully, they say, well, the covered employment numbers are not available at a monthly frequency at the state level. That may well be true. I believe they are available at the annual frequency. I know they were available once at the annual frequency because I used them so long ago that it was on floppy drives, and apparently the data are lost, and I'm not the only one who's lost the data, as these guys have made an effort to recover those data. So we once had annual state-level insured unemployment rates back to 47, which make use of these data. But so we can still so even with the annual data, you can just interpolate or take the non-farm payroll data and use it to construct an imputation model for the within-year variation in the covered employment. So all of that would just be back to two unemployment concepts: the CPS concept and the insured unemployment rate, which would also just be a lot simpler for the exposition. So I hope the authors go that route. So what's behind this apparent modest, I'd call it fairly modest slowdown, but there's a noticeable slowdown in the pace of recovery from recessions? Well, here's a picture that shows the long-term change in the percent of CPS unemployment that's accounted for by job losers. I'm not including people who are on temporary layoff here. And there's a very notable upward trend here. Well, as you might guess, job losers tend to have lower escape rates from the unemployment pool than do people who quit into unemployment. And the more relevant thing is people who are on temporary layoff. So the big thing here, the big shift here, is there's been a secular shift away from temporary layoff unemployment to people who are unemployed by virtue of job loss. And so the composition shift by itself in the nature of unemployment, of the unemployment pool, will tend to slow down the recession recovery rate, at least as measured by the unemployment rate measure. Here's a picture of the people on temporary layoff unemployment as a percentage of the civilian labor force back to 67. That's all the farther the data go back. I am willing to bet, although I don't know how to prove it, that if you go back further, that trend continues, and that's based on some structural developments in the economy that I'll come to now. So why has there been this secular decline in temporary unemployment? I have a reasonable amount of confidence that 1 and 2 are in play, and 3 is really a question. So let me talk about these. One is the share of manufacturing. The manufacturing share of total employment has just plummeted. You already know that, but it's worth being reminded just how large this effect is. In the early part of their sample, manufacturing is more than 30% of payroll employment, and by the end of their sample, it's less than 10%. So we know that historically there was a high incidence of temporary layoff and recalls in the manufacturing sector. There's a paper by Lillian that documents that. I think the evidence is a little bit less conclusive, but still suggestive that manufacturing was an outlier in this respect in its reliance on temporary layoff unemployment. So if you move away from a sector that relies heavily on temporary layoff unemployment, that's going to tend to reduce the incidence of temporary layoff unemployment relative to other forms of unemployment. Then another kind of an old idea in the literature is that so old that I think it never gets any discussion anymore, as far as I know. Private sector unionization and the incidence of collective bargaining fell sharply. That part's well known and well discussed. But the older literature I'm referring to is the view that unions cause firms to rely more on temporary layoffs. And I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to explain the logic of that. But the logic set forth pretty clearly in papers by Feldstein, Medoff, and others back in the 70s. Now, more recent data, which I happen to collect for an entirely different purpose, Pavel Krolikowski and I collected a sample of newly unemployed, new successful claimants of unemployment insurance benefits in the state of Illinois in the fall of 2018. And despite the tiny union share of overall employment, 75% of all the layoffs in our sample were from temporary layoffs. I should be careful. 75% of the temporary layoffs were from union jobs. So that suggests union jobs continue to be much more temporary layoff intensive than other jobs. So the secular decline in unionization in the economy would also push in that same direction. Now, the third factor is I'll pose it as a question because I really don't know the answer. Did experience rating reforms in the UI payroll tax system reduce implicit subsidies to the use of temporary layoffs? There's a literature, which again was kind of active in the 70s and 80s, that argued that the structure of the UI system implicitly subsidized the use of temporary layoffs, and that we should reform the system by strengthening the extent of experience rating, and that would reduce this subsidy. This literature, as far as I can tell, kind of died out, and I don't know whether these calls for reform of the UI system actually succeeded in strengthening the experience rating of the system, and if so, did they have a big effect on the extent of temporary layoff unemployment? So I leave that as a question. I don't know, but it's an interesting one, and maybe there'll be a future Brookings paper on that. I don't know. Last question. So the increased similarity across states in business cycle fluctuations, recessions, recoveries, and so on. So that's what got me thinking about this question. And so I'll state it again because I want to be careful in how I state it and how I couch the answer. So will future labor market transformations, which are very much on people's minds with AI and so on, will they involve less economic hardship and dislocation than deindustrialization did? And I think that conditional on the pace of transformation, so I'm kind of trying to make this statement carefully because I don't want to take a stand for present purposes on what the pace of transformation will be from AI or other sources. But conditional on the pace of transformation, there are 4 reasons that come to my mind to think that future labor market transformations will be less disruptive and bring less economic hardship than did deindustrialization. The first comes directly from this paper. There's more spatial similarity. Thank you. More spatial similarity in the industry mix of employment, which suggests that future transformations are likely to require less in the way of a spatial reallocation of factor inputs, labor and capital, and firms. So that's just directly from this paper. Second is manufacturers often play an outsized role in their local economy to a greater extent than do firms in other sectors. And so this huge shrinkage in the manufacturing sector that you saw suggests there'll be less of that. The idea of a company town is, sometimes it could be a mining, but mining's a tiny sector of the economy. So aside from mining and agriculture, which is also now tiny, the main spatial concentration often came from manufacturing, and that's diminished. So that's the second reason. Third, and if others think differently, I'd be happy to hear why, but my impression is that jobs displaced by advances in AI are likely to be spread across many occupations and industries rather than being highly concentrated in single industries. So the fact that they're spread widely across industries and occupations also suggests that they'll kind of be diffused geographically rather than happening in very concentrated parts of the country, say, in terms of what happened with the China shock. And then finally, worker locations are becoming less tied to employer locations because of the big shift to work from home, which means even when a given firm or given local industry goes on the skids, the people who are affected by that are spread out more geographically. And I'll show you a picture here from one of my recent papers that makes this point. So this is drawing on proprietary data from a payroll processing firm. Think of it as a small version of ADP. And this particular measure shows you the percentage of employees who live more than 50 miles away from their employer's location, defined as where they would go to work if and when they go to work at their employer's location. And before the pandemic hit, that number was less than 1%. Okay, that's the solid black line. Among people who were hired at these firms, this is a balanced panel of firms, by the way, among people who were hired at the firms before 2020, that number went up to more like 2%. So there was some people just moving farther away from their employer's location in the wake of the pandemic. But the big action is really happening on the hiring margin. Among people who've been hired since the pandemic struck, now about 7-8% of them live more than 50 miles away from their employer. Obviously, everyone will eventually have been hired after March 2020 when we advance far enough in time. So this is an indication that the geography of a workforce of any given employer is spreading out spatially, and that means you'll have kind of less spatial concentration when there are firm-specific and industry-specific downturns. So all of these things point to the idea that conditional on the pace of transformation, future labor market transformations may be less disruptive and painful than the ones that we've experienced in recent decades. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. The second discussant is Mariana Kudliak.
All right, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for putting me to discuss this paper. As the usual disclaimer applies, I speak only for myself and not for anyone at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco or the system. All right, so it's a very nice, thought-provoking paper. It provides new data series and a very rich set of results. So my comments will be in three parts. First, I will talk about conceptual differences between the official unemployment rate and the claims-based unemployment rate. Then I will provide complementary results on the author's results on regional evolutions. And finally, I will talk about unemployment recovery from the pandemic recession. All right. So I think it's useful to understand the differences between claims-based unemployment and official unemployment so that we know how to use them going forward. So official unemployment counts all non-employed who are actively seeking for work or are waiting to be recalled to their previous positions. The claims-based unemployment takes into account those who are eligible and those who claim UI benefits. So eligibility has three components: the duration and pay pre-separation event, the voluntary versus non-voluntary nature of the separation event, and the duration of unemployment. And so the big question is what kind of information these two measures have about the timing of business cycles, about the degree of labor market slack, and how they relate to other variables of interest, okay? So I want to highlight some individuals who are included in our official measure, but they are not included in the claims-based measure. So recently there have been work on heterogeneity of individual labor market dynamics, and Bob Hall and I contributed to this work. Basically what we find that a large portion of unemployment comes from a small segment of the population. These people typically circle among short-term jobs, unemployment, and out of labor force. So they are most likely not to be included in the claims-based measure, but they are a big portion of our standard unemployment measure. And so relatedly, there are those labor force new entrants, re-entrants, quits, and let's say long-term unemployed. They are not included in the regular claims-based measure. So what I have here, it's a long-term unemployed, 6 months plus, as share of total unemployment, highly counter-cyclical, and in the Great Recession, it reached 45%. These individuals most likely are not included in claims-based measure. And finally, it turns out the take-up rate of unemployment insurance is far from 100. So here I cite work by Soren and co-authors. Basically, the take-up rate varies over time. It's a blue line. And also, there is a huge heterogeneity among states. Some states take up rate less than 40%. Other states take up rate more than 95%. When I put all this together, On this figure, I have the blue series official unemployment rate, and red series is the claims-based measure from the authors. And on the right-hand side, I have the difference between the two measures. So authors very nicely demonstrate in the paper that the two measures capture the timing of business cycles pretty much in the same way. But what we also see is that degree of labor market slack is a little bit different. So for future research, it would be nice to know how these measures relate to other business cycle variables that we're interested. Okay? All right, let's go to the second point, regional evolutions. Well, 30 years ago, Blanchard and Katz asked, in their seminal work, they asked a question. So if a state experiences negative labor demand shock, how does it adjust? Do wages go down? Are new jobs created to replace the destroyed jobs? Or do workers move out? Okay? And so Blanchard and Katz found that in the long run, almost entire adjustment is on quantities. There is not much adjustment on prices. Wages almost don't move, workers move out. Fast forward, Andrew and co-authors, they use local projections with Bartik shock, and they estimate the response of employment, population, and unemployment to these Bartik shocks. And what they find, the responses to the shocks from these regressions are much more muted. And they interpret these results that the role of interstate migration has diminished substantially. And so I'm very sympathetic to this interpretation. I'll just provide a little bit more information, okay? So I was curious to see what happens to relative wages and labor force participation. Authors were super helpful in providing the code and the data and so on. So that was super useful, thank you. So what I did, I estimate using the local projection method from 76 onward. Why 76? Because this is when I have data on wages and participation. And I also have early sample, 76-85, and late sample, 86-2019. Early sample will have wider confidence bands because it's shorter, okay? So here there is a response of weekly nominal wages, red line, and state relative house prices, blue line, okay? Everything is state relative quantities. So first of all, if you look at the red line, there is not much change. Early period, late period. So nominal wages respond in the same way, and response is weak. When you adjust for house price response, so you get consumption wages, again, similar response, very weak. So as before, prices don't respond much if we measure this way. Then I also wanted to see how relative labor force participation responds. Blue line is the response of claims-based unemployment rate. Red line is the response of relative labor force participation. Before, labor force participation would decline substantially. Now, it remains at zero. Not much action on the relative participation. So, and finally, this is a figure, this is one of the main results in the author's paper. It's a response of population and employment before and now. Blue line, response of the population. Red line, response of employment. As you can see, not much response now as compared to before. The key question is, what does it mean? Does it mean that there is a change in response to local shocks? Or does it mean that there is a change in the outside option? And the authors already very nicely kind of hint that something is happening with the outside option. And so I wanted to provide a little bit more formal discussion with informal bullet points. So there is this nice recent paper by Borisak et al. They talk about understanding migration responses to local shocks. Basically, the worker's decision to relocate is a function of local shock as well as shocks to potential other locations. And as such, our standard migration equation, by omitting these other shocks, are misspecified. And the more there is correlation between the local shock and the outside shocks, the more the attenuation is. And surprisingly, that the Borisak and co-authors, they show that weight equations are actually not misspecified, and you can still get the results from there. And the misattenuation is more severe if the shock has an industry component. So summarize here, workers might be still very responsive to local shocks, but because the outside option is so correlated with local shocks, they are not moving. And so that's kind of important to keep in mind when we interpret these results. And that's actually the interpretation that the authors suggest. Okay, and finally, unemployment recoveries. So here is a figure from my work with Bob Hall. Basically, what we do, we take unemployment rate, we take a log of unemployment, and we plot it only during recoveries. So in this figure, recessions are left blank, and recoveries of unemployment from the highest level of unemployment to the lowest are plotted. It ends in 2019, no other process into the data. And so what we do in that paper, we say, well, it looks like the speed of the recoveries was approximately the same, especially in the last 7 recoveries, and it was 10% per year. So if you start, let's say, at 9% unemployment, in a year you expect unemployment to go down approximately 0.9 percentage points, okay? And so then we asked, what can be behind these inexorable recoveries of unemployment? Because there was substantial variation in the policies, productivity, and so on. And our thesis is that what is behind these inexorable recoveries is the self-recovery in the labor market itself. Basically, there is a force that allows unemployed workers to meet with available jobs, but the process is slow because typical recession breaks firm-worker relationship, and the creation of new stable relationship takes time, okay? So basically, the search and matching process is behind this inexorable recoveries and behind the speed. Fast forward to the pandemic recession. And so here, what Bob Hall and I argue is that if you want to study the pandemic recession, you should distinguish between the unemployed with jobs and the unemployed without jobs. So who are those unemployed with jobs? Those are unemployed on temporary layoffs. Who are those unemployed without jobs? All other unemployed. The difference between two groups, the first group typically doesn't go through search and matching process to go back to work. The second group actually goes through search and matching process to go back to work. So the blue line here is the temporary layoff unemployment as share of total labor force. The red line here is the jobless unemployment, everyone else in unemployment, as share of labor force. If you add these two, you get the official unemployment rate. What to notice about the blue line? The entire increase in unemployment during the pandemic recession came from blue line. That was not the case before. The jobless unemployment during the pandemic recession didn't reach its peak until September 2020, and it was 4.9%, almost half of what it was in the Great Recession, 9%, okay? Now, when we want to compare the pandemic recession to the previous recoveries, we need to separately look at the red line and separately look at the blue line. And so that's what I did here. These are recoveries of only jobless unemployment. And so this red wiggle at the end, it's a recovery that starts in September 2020 up until most recent data point, which is February 2024. So this red wiggle actually is very nonlinear. But if you're wondering, I calculated the average speed, and the average speed as of now, coincidentally, it's very similar to what we see, like to 10%, but obviously it will change because the recovery is very nonlinear. And also when I calculate jobless recoveries across states, I get much less dispersion than when I look at the total unemployed. But more needs to be done to look into this. All right, and so to conclude, I think the authors have done a very great service to the profession by providing this state-based measure going all the way to 47. And they have super interesting results on the regional evolutions as well on the emergence of the national business cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, and to both discussants. We'll open it up for Q&A from the audience now. We'll start with Catherine Abraham.
Thank you. These data will be a real resource. I'm impressed by the amount of work and effort that went into putting them together. I do have, echoing some of the comments of the discussants, some questions about how to think about a measure that's based on what are administrative data and therefore subject to changes, unrelated to real things going on in the economy, as opposed to changes in administration, the way that things are administered. The discussants talked about this some. We know that in constructing the measure, non-farm payroll employment as a share of total employment has changed. There have been some changes in the maximum duration of benefits that the authors tried to look at. The authors looked at changes in the waiting period for getting unemployment benefits. But there are other things that may have affected what this measure is picking up that are harder to account for. If you look at who qualifies for unemployment insurance benefits in the states, it depends on your earnings history. It depends on whether, in some cases, whether you're searching for full-time versus part-time work. In some cases, the level of benefits may be so low that people just decide not to apply. There may be administrative hurdles to getting benefits. So there's a lot of things going on. What we know is that there have been, over time, significant declines in the ratio of insured unemployment to official unemployment. We know that that varies a lot across states, and we know that the changes across states haven't been uniform. This may not be important enough to affect your results, but it just makes me a little bit cautious about what conclusions to draw from the numbers. I had a second comment that relates to one of your main findings, which is this declining responsiveness of population to economic shocks, which I thought was an interesting finding. You tie that to greater similarity in industrial mix across areas, in part. But I think another factor may be what's happened to the age distribution of the population. If you think about who is going to respond to an economic shock, somebody of working age may have an incentive to move, and that's going to be particularly true if they're relatively younger rather than towards the end of their careers, whereas people who are, I hate to say retirement age, over 65 retirement age, no. But in general, people who are at the stage of having retired are going to be less responsive to those shocks. And we know that the age composition of the population has changed, and I wonder whether that might be a factor in some of what you're seeing.
Maury Amsfeld?
Yeah, thank you for a great paper and two absolutely fantastic discussions. I thought they were both really on point and informative. I just want to hark back to the discussion of Andy's paper yesterday and ask whether we think that maybe the decline in labor mobility might have something to do with the increase in political polarization in the U.S. What comes out of the discussions and the paper are two sort of starkly different visions of the decline in labor mobility. One is that economic structures are converging. Maybe there are legacy problems from past economic structures, but we're moving to a model where states are kind of the same and where business cycles are highly correlated. It's great news for the concept of the U.S. as an optimum currency area. And maybe that says something about political convergence down the road. The other view is that maybe a lot of people can't move. They're constrained for some reason or other. I would have thought that if we've moved, as Steve said, away from temporary layoffs, that makes people more mobile because they're not hanging around waiting for their employers to call them back. And so why is this? Is it that people are older on average? Is it housing markets? What's going on? I mean, I assume there's been research, so I don't know the field on, who moves, like which workers are more mobile when we actually look at state-to-state transitions. It may be that we actually live in a world where a lot of people can't move, but where there are elites, so-called elites on the margin who are very mobile, and that actually accentuates polarization. And that's a dynamic we do see in Europe, which has led to polarization there.
Gerald Cohen.
So it was a great paper, and I really am excited to kind of delve into this data set. But I want to push back on this idea of kind of a decline in structural dispersion. And I'm going to say it specifically related to economic outcomes within states and across states, but looking at it on a metro level. So we've measured economic activity for the 150 largest metros in the United States. And what we found is actually that we've seen an increased dispersion in outcomes in our much smaller, time series. It's only 20 years. But we see that for the 50 largest metros, the dispersion in GDP has actually widened as you went from 2002 to 2019, pre-COVID period. It's continued to widen in the post-COVID period. In fact, if you look at the 50 largest metros, the dispersion between growth in GDP in the top 10 and bottom 10 is 3 percentage points. And if you look in the 5 years ending 2019, it's 4 percentage points. And it's notable that it happens within states. So think, well, my native state, North Carolina, the triangle versus the Winston-Salem, but you could say that that was a shock. But think about Nashville versus Memphis. Same state, same potential migration patterns towards these states, but very, very different outcomes. And perhaps, though, it's not necessarily having to do with labor market outcomes. You do see very significant dispersion in migration patterns, but you even see greater dispersion in productivity within those states, or within those cities. So you've seen an increase in the dispersion in productivity in those cities, not just in the city, on a city level, but actually on an industry level. So San Francisco, hugely productive, much less productive than it was, much more productive than it was 17 or 22 years ago. And then there are other places like Memphis, which has had significant declines in productivity. And then again, not just on a city level, but in those industries.
Jim Stock.
Thanks. This is really an interesting paper. The data set's terrific. Actually, I'm going to riff a little bit off of what Gerald just said, or it's related to what Gerald just said. It's not necessarily inconsistent with the fact that there might be increasing correlation over business cycles across states is not inconsistent with increasing trend dispersion. So both of these things can be true at the same time. It is really, I think, a great opportunity to revisit this question of what are drivers of interstate migration and all of that, and thinking about this correlation feature is a good one. Let me throw in just one comment that there are data sets that go back a long time that one can use to augment this good work here too. So I'm thinking of a thing that I did a long time ago, like in the 2000s, with Mark Watson, where we looked at housing starts, where you can actually get housing starts data going pretty back across states, and you find exactly this phenomenon of decreasing dispersion or increasing correlation in growth rates across states, and some of that's. So, that seems to be just another feature of this. I suspect that the decline in manufacturing is a good structural reason for that, but perhaps there are other more idiosyncratic reasons or stuff that has to do with other markets.
Bob Gordon.
I had Two quite different comments. One is I've always been puzzled by the Hall result that unemployment declines uniformly across all the business cycles because of the great contrast in the behavior of the recovery in 1983-84 versus 2010-2011. We're all aware of how slow the recovery was after the great financial crisis. Unemployment went down slowly. The duration of unemployment was extremely high as a percentage of total unemployment. And in 1983-84, real GDP grew at an annual rate of 7% for about 6-8 straight quarters. And we all remember that Ronald Reagan was reelected in a landslide reminiscent of Roosevelt in 1936. So how could those situations be the same? Well, I looked at the chart showing the pace of unemployment declining in all of these recessions, and I saw that the answer to the puzzle I've had is that the post-1982 recovery had two phases. It had a fast phase for the first 2 years, and then it slowed down. And so their technique, which averages together the entire decline in unemployment from 1982 to 1989, makes it look like it's the same as 2010 to 2019. But actually, they're missing this very sharp kink that's very visible on that diagram between fast recovery up till Reagan's reelected and then a slower recovery. The second comment I had was about Steve Davis's interesting conjectures on the effect of artificial intelligence on the location of future unemployment caused by AI. I find it very useful to divide the world into two kinds of workers. Workers who create content looking at computer screens, which pretty much overlaps with work at home employment, which makes up approximately, if you divide up industries into those that where people are capable of working from home, you got about 30% of the labor force in those categories. The other 70% is in two groups. One is goods producing, which is manufacturing, agriculture, mining, utilities, and what I call contact services, where the worker has to be in direct contact with a customer. And that includes not just retail and wholesale, it includes transportation, includes most of education and most of healthcare. Most people working in hospitals are not creating content on computer screens. They're moving in and out of patients' rooms, they're delivering food, they're housekeeping people, they're transporting patients around. So they're not liable to lose their jobs through AI. So if you take this 30% and you ask, how is that likely to be distributed across metro areas or the entire United States, it strikes me that this is very related to the comment behind me of the dispersion in the last 10 years, with the top 10 metro areas becoming richer and the bottom 40 to 50 becoming poorer, like Memphis, because these content creating jobs are at the superstar cities disproportionately. And so that would lead me to predict that, first of all, AI is not going to destroy many jobs in the 70%. And within the 30%, there's going to be a disproportionate impact on the superstar cities and on people who have relatively high incomes. So quite a reversal of the China shock.
Any other questions before we go? Oh, Bob, sorry, Bob Hull.
Very quickly, responding to Bob Gordon's remark just now. First of all, this is econometrics and it has residuals. And you have to judge yourself. We've always proceeded by showing exactly the monthly data. On the other, so he just briefly mentioned a very important point, and that is that the irregularity of recoveries measured by real GDP is much higher than that from unemployment. So our read of that is that there is really quite a remarkable smoothness to unemployment as opposed to other things. There's something about the way the labor market operates that generates this outcome in spite of very different driving forces. And other papers which you can find on Mariana's website pursue this in a lot of detail.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Steve Davis and also additional data in support of your observation about workers' distance from their jobs. In the housing market, which has come up a few times, the share of home buyers moving more than 50 miles from their current home is at a record high, which is consistent with your observation, but also with more retirees and supply issues in the housing market, which has come up before, but there's other trends in the same direction. So, go ahead.
I want to pick up on Catherine's observation and caution about the conceptual distinctions between the insured unemployment rate and the CPS concept of unemployment, which I do think is a concern. There were at one time annual state-level unemployment rates available back to late 40s or, yeah, I can't remember exactly when. I've also used those, as did other people. As far as I know, those have been lost as well before 76. There was an active literature in the 60s and 70s evaluating how you would best estimate state-level unemployment rates under the CPS concept by combining actual microdata from the CPS, state-insured unemployment rates, and other sources. There is the potential, I'm not saying this would be a good or bad idea, but there's the potential to write another paper to try to either rediscover or recreate and evaluate those so that we'd be in a position to speak directly to the concerns that Catherine raised. It would be a very large undertaking to do that from scratch. It's not something I'd want to do, but if you guys can rediscover the data and then just evaluate their quality and make them widely available, that would be extremely useful.
And again, before we go back to the authors, maybe this is a opportune use of the BPEA platform to ask people who may know something about these apparently lost data to put your hands up and maybe we can recover some data capital. So let's go back to the authors.
Great, thanks for all the wonderful comments. On some of the data issues, yeah, certainly thinking about these administrative changes are important, and I think a lot of what we do in the paper kind of try to get at that in the way we can. The annual state IUR data is actually on the BLS's website. If we looked at that, like the correlation for different states, and it looks really great in terms of our measures and the annual IUR. So that sort of gives us hope that these administrative changes aren't really kind of changing a lot in terms of what we see in the business cycle. In terms of migration, yeah, there's a lot of interesting kind of comments about migration. It's many factors, I think, one of which hopefully is related to our work. There's some recent research showing that housing markets matter a lot. House prices seem to matter in terms of recent migration. The demographic point is an interesting one we should maybe consider a little bit more. And on the city and the state level, yeah, I mean, we're not speaking, I guess, to the city level at all, but I think it's really an important point to think about, within state versus between state. There is claims data for like 200 metros. It'd be interesting to collect that to look at within state kind of claims behavior, but we don't have that currently.
Also wanted to thank Jim Stock. We didn't know about the availability of housing start data at the state level, but that's something we'll definitely take a look at. We'll try to dig up your data, but quite interesting to hear that you see a similar convergence across states over a similar time frame. And then lastly, on the point of industrial convergence, the figure in our appendix shows that almost all of the industrial convergence across states that we're talking about transpires in the 1940s through the 1960s. It's really the early post-war era. And to your comment about MSA's more recent era, you actually see a little bit of a reversal starting around 2000, which is not inconsistent with what you're saying. But it's really this transition away from manufacturing in the first two post-war decades that we're looking at.
Any other comments? Great. All right, then we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you guys very much. Okay, if everybody could take a seat, we'll try to start on time. Okay, the next paper is The Evolution of Banking in the 21st Century, Evidence and Regulatory Implications. And Jeremy Stein will do the presentation.
Thanks. Well, thanks for having us on the program. This is a big team on this paper. So Sam and Adi and Laura are here, and Dan and Victoria, I think, are online. So our initial motivation for undertaking this paper was to think about what happened last spring and bank runs and what might be some of the regulatory implications. And then as we kind of got into it, we thought, well, maybe we should first kind of think about what's happened in the banking industry over the last 25 years, how it's changed, and then use that as a basis for thinking about what you might want to do with regulation. So that's basically what this paper is. About half of it is some very simple analysis of trends in banking, and then the second is an attempt to be a little bit normative. So on the first, think of banks as doing two things, lending and deposit taking. And the two trends that I want you guys to kind of bear in mind, deposit growth among banks has been very rapid. So deposits have grown very rapidly relative to, say, GDP. And importantly, and this is sort of really what's crucial, is quite dramatic increase in the fraction of deposits that are uninsured. So SVB was kind of a crazy outlier on this dimension, like 90+% uninsured. But outlier as they are, they're still reflective of a broader trend. So on the one hand, lots of deposits, banks are sort of awash in deposits and awash in uninsured deposits. At the same time as the lending business, particularly for the larger regional and above banks, has suffered from the fact that more and more lending is moving outside the banking sector. So early on, it was the growth of syndicated leveraged loans that are held by a variety of institutions. More recently, it's been a rapid growth in private credit funds and what are called business development companies. But if you look at essentially lending activity by banks in the 100 billion and above category, that's shrunk quite a bit. Corporate, think of sort of the classic Diamond 1984 information-intensive lending, that's increasingly moving outside of the banking system. So when you put these two things together, quite mechanically, you get that the share of cash and securities on bank balance sheets, again, for the 100 billion and above, has gone up quite a bit. A lot of these are long maturity, think long-term U.S. Treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. A simple kind of caricature would be to say banks are becoming a little less like what you might have thought of as the traditional Diamond 84 banks and look more like bond mutual funds. Okay? And that observation is going to play a sort of a role in how we end up thinking about policy. Okay? And to again caricature the policy discussion, you might say, well, we've got this problem with bank runs. What are two things you might do? And of course, we don't need to be in corner solution land, but two broad things you might do are, well, insure more deposits, then they won't run. Or you might say, well, complete deposit insurance has its issues. An alternative is to try to make the world safer with these uninsured deposits, make them hold much more liquidity of one sort or another against the uninsured deposits. Okay? And the trade-off is if you make them hold a lot of liquidity against uninsured deposits, there's the risk that that's going to crowd out their lending. And here's where our observation that they're starting to look more like bond funds basically tends to mitigate against that concern and tends to lead us in the direction of do more with liquidity regulation and do less with just expanding deposit insurance. Not that it needs to be all of one or all of the other, but we're sort of leaned in the direction of liquidity. And so that's sort of where we're going. Let me just show you a couple quick pictures. The blue line here is total deposits as a fraction of GDP, and you can see there's a long-standing trend. There's an obvious spike around the pandemic. As Raghu and Viral have pointed out, some of that likely has to do with very big QE. So if reserves go up, there's got to be something on the other side of the balance sheet. That's presumably deposits. Could have to do with people getting the fiscal stimulus checks. But just want to make clear, this is a longer-standing trend than that. Best thing we can tell is if you scale not by GDP but by wealth, it's much flatter. It's much flatter. So it seems like, heuristic would be people want to keep a constant share of their wealth in something that looks like bank deposits. That's fact number one. And then fact number two is the red line, which is the share that is uninsured, also has gone, this is a meaningful thing, it's gone from roughly 20% to roughly 40%. Okay? A lot of heterogeneity across banks. This funny little divot here is the temporary guarantee that was put on deposits during the crisis. So obviously mechanically that made that go down. And so the more solid line we've just sort of extrapolated over it or interpolated. Bank lending to corporations has gone down pretty meaningfully. This is the upper line. The blue line is bank loans scaled by total loans. This is sort of that would include syndicated lending that's done outside or that's held outside of the banking system. The bottom line adds to the denominator corporate bonds. Okay. Importantly, this thing from the flow of funds doesn't include the more recent developments in private credit and business development companies. So it captures the big down here, I think, is the growth of syndicated leveraged lending outside the banking system. If we had been able, or if we had kind of merged these, you'd see even a further down. Again, the private credit and the BDCs are probably over $1 trillion themselves. So that's another meaningful thing. Okay? Here's an interesting fact. And I sort of want you to have in mind that the previous thing is really more a threat to larger banks because it's lending to essentially medium and large-ish corporations. One way to see this is bank lending to firms but are not incorporated firms. So read that as very small firms. There's no trend. If anything, there's an upward trend. And for that reason, since small banks lend to small firms, small banks are much less touched by the kind of issues. So the story I'm telling you here is a story of the regionals, essentially. All right. Mechanical consequence of the previous two things is if you look at bank balance sheet share, so this is just, what are they holding their assets in? Again, for the guys that are over, it's not working, but on the left, the guys that are over 100 billion, very material increase from 24 to almost 40% in the share of their balance sheet that's devoted to cash and securities. Again, some of that in recent years is reserves, but that's not the whole story. Really no trend for the smaller banks. And then again, importantly, it's the interaction of uninsured deposits and the fact that even as their share of cash and securities has gone up, they're holding a lot of that in relatively longer term securities. Okay, so again, think long-term treasury bonds, think very importantly, mortgage-backed securities. And in fact, banks' share of the mortgage-backed securities market has gone up quite. So, there's no reason that mortgage-backed securities have to be intermediated by banks. And in fact, in an earlier time, they were less so. But, think of a bank that's awash in deposits. It's like, I got to do something with these deposits. I could put it in short-term T-bills, but for much of this period, they weren't yielding much. Mortgage-backed securities, kind of higher interest rate. That's, I think, essentially what's going on. All right. So with all that said, how might you think about trying to mitigate some of this run risk? As I said, two sort of polar policy options. One is to expand deposit insurance. Obviously, in the limit, if you do enough deposit insurance, you're not going to have to worry about runs. I think there's a cost. I mean, you can say the words moral hazard in various ways. I kind of like the Diamond Rajan version, which I would kind of interpret as nobody thinks that people are monitoring, that depositors are monitoring banks ex ante. But, it's true that the only way that failing banks do get shut down is with a run. They don't get shut down for violating their capital requirements because the capital requirements are so backwards looking. So the worry, if you had really very comprehensive deposit insurance, is that's a recipe for creating zombie banks. That, once they get into trouble and once they're no longer economic, unlike any other business, they can keep raising money to fund an uneconomic strategy. So, especially if regulators are not very good on the forbearance margin, so there's some cost associated with this. The alternative is to tighten liquidity regulation, which would effectively say if you have a lot of uninsured and especially runny deposits, maybe you ought to hold more liquid assets. Okay, so we have a model. I won't try to actually do the model, but just to say, here's sort of the ingredients of the model. That we think of banks as having three options. They can make loans. Loans we think of as actually the banks potentially creating social value, that they have a lending technology that, that's of some value. or they can hold long-term or short-term treasuries, basically. And here, we think society doesn't have a particular interest in whether you hold a long or a short-term security. Okay, that's essentially zero NPV. The other place where banks create value is by offering deposits, which have money-like characteristics. We're going to start by assuming some of them are already insured, and then the question is, do you want to insure essentially what remains? Okay, so we're going to have a thing where the bank may have a bad draw. If there's a bad draw and solvency is in question, if there's some deposits that are uninsured, they may run, and the bank has to figure out a way to pay those off. It starts liquidating stuff. If it liquidates securities, that's not as much of a problem, but if it has to start liquidating the loans, there's a fire sale, and sort of conventionally, we assume the fire sale has some kind of social negative spillover. Okay, so now if you leave the banks to their own devices, of course, they will hold some liquidity, but since they don't fully internalize the fire sale, there's a possibility that they won't hold as much liquidity as a planner would like, and so there's some general motive for making them hold more liquid assets. So I guess I've started to say this. You could insure all deposits, or you could kind of try to have more liquid asset backing for the uninsured deposits. The trade-off, again, is that if you tighten the liquidity regulation, you're basically making guys shift more into liquid securities and out of loans if you think that they're very constrained in terms of their funding to make, they're barely able to make the loans that they need to make. You'd be nervous about that. But if our whole gestalt is that basically they're kind of awash in deposits, it's less of a problem. I should have mentioned also, in addition to our time series evidence, in the cross-section, it's pretty clear that banks that have had more deposit growth in the cross-section are holding more securities. So both in the time series and the cross-section, it feels like not a situation where stuff is driven by loan demand and you're trying to fund what you can. It's more the sort of awash in deposits kind of thing. So that makes us, a little bit more comfortable. Again, you don't have to go to a corner here, but it makes us more comfortable with having the primary kind of response to this be something in the sort of liquidity regulation vein. Okay, how would you do this? One reason we like this is something that you could implement basically just building on a very on the existing kind of regulatory structure. Banks have already, the largest banks face something called the liquidity coverage ratio, which says you have different kinds of deposits, and we're going to make you hold high-quality liquid assets against them. So how would we modify this? A couple of things. Currently, uninsured deposits are not really assumed to be that flighty. So I think there's like a 40% outflow assumption on uninsured deposits. First thing, very obviously, we've just learned, SVB, this stuff can really run, and it can run very hard and fast. We would just raise that outflow assumption. So you need to back more, maybe not 100%, but we would say directionally, you want to back more of your uninsured deposits with liquid assets. Okay? Here's something. Right now, under the current regime, high-quality liquid assets, really the concept is all about liquidity. So a long-term treasury counts just as much as a one-year treasury bill for the purposes of satisfying. They're both considered liquid. Okay? But what do we learn from SVB is in the state of the world where you're getting run on, the long-term stuff, you may in fact be getting run on precisely because the long-term stuff has fallen in value. So we'd want to sort of preference within this HQLA shorter maturity stuff. Now, you don't want to necessarily go to the extreme because then you start worrying about like how many T-bills are there in the universe, okay? But, there's something more moderate you can do, which is have a fairly significant haircut. You can still count a 30-year treasury, but, let's think about what it's going to look like in a really bad scenario. So maybe you can count it 80% or something like that, okay? I think in some sense that is the most clear-cut prediction that comes out of this, which is, again, because we think that there's no social reason to really care about the maturity of what banks hold, but banks, because they like yield, like to hold long-term stuff. Within the bucket of securities, we want to lean kind of against using not all, but we really don't like using uninsured deposits to run a long-term bond fund. Okay, we'd be happy if some of that kind of migrated outside. We're more cautious about doing anything that impinges on lending because we think lending is something where banks actually contribute social value. So there, one way to start being a little bit more friendly to lending is saying you can actually count to some degree the idea that you will, in some future bad state of the world, be able to borrow against your loans. So the way this would work is you'd have to pre-position these loans at the discount window, and you'd have to have a quite conservative haircut, much more conservative than if you bring them today, because we're basically saying in some future state of the world, a year from now, you may be able to get some liquidity against them, but of course, more stuff can happen in a year. But we're sort of open to the idea that you take some of the pressure off lending by counting the ability, again, conservatively to pre-position loans. So that's kind of our main thing. Haven't had time to talk about it, but just want to mention two other policy ideas that come from this line of thinking. One, we've been very focused on liquidity, but obviously there's a role, and one wants to think carefully about sort of the complementarities between liquidity and capital. The current capital regime does essentially nothing about interest rate risk. One of the things I have huge guilt and remorse about is during my time at the Fed, we allowed banks outside of the G-SIBs to qualify for something called the AOCI filter, which allowed them to not count when their treasury holdings fell in value to not have to mark that against their regulatory capital. Not to mention, there's just no risk-based capital charge for duration risk. So probably worth fixing that, and then there's some issue about how you integrate the capital and the liquidity. Final comment, a lot of, the gist of a lot of this is that for regional banks that are losing increasingly their lending franchise and that are increasingly just surviving on their deposit franchise, the ability to pay low rates, that business model is challenged, we think. And there's a real issue of what's going to happen to all these regionals that are increasingly just don't have a place. And the FDIC just came out with a thing where they more or less said we're very hostile to bank mergers. And I think even if you're very much in sympathy with not wanting JP Morgan to merge with Bank of America, you might be a little bit more open to the idea of two $60 billion banks becoming 120, in part to maybe gain some economies of scale so they can survive, but also in part because there's going to need to be some consolidation in this part of the world. And mergers are often a vehicle for sort of creating some consolidation. So I think we'd be pretty open to or pretty nervous about a thing that just kind of blanket leans against mergers. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Jeremy, the first discussant will be Raghu Rajan.
Sorry about that.
Great. Thanks for having me here. Well, this is a great paper with an all-star cast of co-authors. What's the main point? Jeremy gave a very clear presentation, but let me emphasize, SVB was not a small thing. If you look at the assets that failed in 2023, it was the largest in nominal terms in FDIC history, $532 billion in failed assets. And of course, inflation adjusted slightly smaller than what happened in 2008-9, but still big. The Fed intervention, $167 billion through the BFTP, $152 billion through the discount window, $228 billion through Section 10B, plus a whole lot of lending from the Federal Home Loan Banks. Massive intervention in liquidity provision post-SVB. Third, we had basically something which has sort of seems to have gone unnoticed, implicit insurance of all uninsured deposits. And that's a massive intervention in the system. This is not a small thing. And so I think the paper is very important because it says despite all that we did to try and fix the system in 2008, we have a problem again. And this is not over yet, as we see with New York Community Bank, that there are still commercial real estate loans, et cetera, bubbling up. So this is an important paper. Banks have evolved since 2008. Regulation has not. What do we need to fix? Jeremy already talked about the big points, and I'll come back to this a little later. So let's start with SVB. I mean, it's still being debated. What exactly went wrong? It had a huge quantity of uninsured demand deposits. Jeremy pointed that out. Were these guys sort of a little naive about how quickly the deposits would run? There's a concept in banking called deposit beta, how quickly your deposit interest rates move with policy rates. And maybe they thought that deposit beta was much lower, when in fact they had a whole lot of uninsured demand deposits, which Jeremy was talking about, which were very runnable, and they discovered that. Second possibility is they had no serious risk management. I mean, we've heard the CEO of SVB saying, oh, we thought Chairman Powell would never raise interest rates, right? If that's your view of duration risk, it's not a great policy. And it obviously didn't have a risk management officer for a significant period of time. It was insolvent on a mark-to-market basis. And so, you know, maybe it was mismanaged, it was appropriate, it was run. And as Jeremy pointed out, you know, deposit runs are end games for banks. That's the point at which you say, okay, got to get rid of management, et cetera. It's not entirely a bad thing. So is zero failure the goal? We could argue about it. A big reason why it should be the goal is because there's significant externalities to banks failing, right? The problem is it's very hard to measure these. How big would have been the fire sale loss if SVB had gone down? What would be the loss in information and organization capital? Everybody was saying Silicon Valley would close down if SVB went out of business. Unclear. And how much contagion would there be through information, through a panic? That's possible, but obviously we don't want to test it. And so we had this massive intervention, and essentially the authors are saying, can we do better? Can we sort of set up the regulatory structure up front so that we don't get there? So I'm going to have two sets of comments in this. I want to talk about, is the focus on the right set of banks and the right cause of vulnerability, and examine the regulatory proposals. Now, Jeremy pointed this out. The red line is uninsured deposits as a percentage of domestic deposits. The blue line is total deposits as a percentage of GDP. Now, one of the factors that is contaminating this uninsured deposits line is foreign deposits. They actually went up significantly in the early part of the century, then went down. And if you take them out, it gives a somewhat different picture, and I'll talk about that in a second. One of the things that Jeremy pointed out is this rise in deposits is consistent with the rise in household financial wealth. So as a share of household assets, financial assets, deposits haven't grown, okay? That's on the household side. They have grown as a share of corporate deposits. But what is interesting is when you take out the foreign deposits, look at uninsured demand deposits divided by total domestic deposits, that's the orange line, and insured demand deposits is the blue category here. And what you see is that the uninsured demand deposits start expanding just after the financial crisis. There's the blue triangle is the tag deposits that Jeremy talked about. So demand deposits go from about 60% of deposits to north of 94% by the time that you see SVB, around about the time that you see SVB happen. What's driving that shift from time deposits, et cetera, to demand deposits, especially uninsured demand deposits, which is the orange line? And I have an answer, which is QE. As you see here, from 2009 onwards, the light gray line, this is reserves going up. The dark line is demand deposits. Of course, you see the correlation highest around the pandemic QE. That's the dark line is the uninsured demand deposits. This is the insured demand deposits. What you see is at the same time as demand deposits are going up, time deposits are going down. And you can see this not just in the time series, you see it in the cross-section. Banks that are accumulating more reserves are in fact taking in more demand deposits, and they're also running down their time deposits. In other words, if I'm holding a very liquid asset, I think it's safer, easier to actually have demandable claims, which may be cheaper than issuing time claims, which are giving me sort of maturity insurance, but I don't need it because I have very liquid assets. These are also the banks that are issuing lines of credit to corporations, basically saying, when you want money, I'll be there for it. So time deposits are down, demand deposits are up, uninsured demand deposits are up, undrawn lines of credit are up, and there's a big difference across bank sizes. So let me show you the difference across bank sizes. This is, we take a different categorization. This is a paper with Viralacharya and others. Different categorization of banks than Jeremy has, Jeremy and co-authors have, but it's below 50 billion, that's the lowest line, and the 50 to 250 billion is the dashed line. The dark line is above 250 billion. And you see demand deposits, uninsured demand deposits are going across the board, they're going up. But interestingly, they're going up a lot for the really small banks, the below 50 billion. These are the guys who went from 10% to north of 30% of their liabilities being demand deposits. What is interesting, however, as Jeremy points out, is these are the guys who don't have assets which are as liquid. They are making loans, et cetera. So if you look at how many claims have I written relative to how many liquid assets do I have to support those claims, the below 50 billion are out on a limb. They're going up, and they have much more claims on liquidity than they have liquidity. The large banks are not the problem. They're coming down. They have more liquidity, again, as Jeremy pointed out, than they have claims on liquidity. So the question to ask here is, who's the problem? Is it the big banks, or is it the small banks? Now, you may say, SVB was not a below $50 billion bank. Actually, it was. In 2018, it was below $50 billion. Between 2018 and 2022, it went right through these ranks. It went through to, in 2022, it was 220 billion in assets. That's a fourfold increase in assets in a really short span of time. So another way of looking at what I'm just saying is, Jeremy already pointed out the large banks increase their securities holdings. The small banks, in his case, below 100 billion, is around flat. But what is interesting also is that for the large banks, they held more short-term securities, more liquid securities. The small banks were, again, going out on a limb, holding fewer short-term securities. This is from their paper. All this is suggesting who was taking liquidity risk. It wasn't the large banks, it was the smaller banks. And then the question is, what do we do about it? Are we looking at the right places? Maybe the large banks were doing the right thing, which is they had written a lot of claims, but they also had liquid assets to fulfill those claims. Maybe LCR, as it was, worked. Obviously, we could improve it, but it seemed to do a reasonable job. The small banks were not subject to LCR, the liquidity coverage ratio regulations, to the same extent. And they seem to be taking much more liquidity risk through QE, not only holding longer-term securities, but also making, all the commercial real estate loans that we see are going to be a problem going forward. And maybe what we've discovered is they're too many to fail. So we dealt with the too big to fail. Now we have the too many to fail problem. And of course, the big question is, what role did QE play? That's where we need a lot more investigation. So let me finally end with the regulatory proposals. The first one, pre-position loans as collateral at the discount window for the large banks. Makes a lot of sense. It allows them to be confident about borrowing. And then these are minor nitpicks. There's a lot of detailed discussion of how you would fix some of the problems in the paper. Let me add my 2 cents here. In any kind of government program, you want to ask, what's the pricing? Is the pricing adequate? So are we pricing this kind of liquidity insurance at the appropriate level? In this case, it's just what haircuts do you apply? and how do you apply them? Now, one of the problems is you pre-position way back before the crisis. So as you get closer to the crisis, are you going to have to increase the size of the haircuts? And whenever you have something dynamic like this, you worry that you precipitate a run by increasing the haircuts substantially. So what will be needed in some sense is some time. Okay, I increased the haircut, but not now, maybe a year from now, so that you give time for the system to adjust, and it doesn't. There still is there's information content in changing the haircuts, but it's important to keep in mind that you don't want to do it abruptly, else you may precipitate the run you're trying to avoid. A second concern is these large banks may be the banks which are getting the flight to safety deposits and making the line of credit loans into the system. They're re-intermediating liquidity in tough times. Well, if you start imposing regulations on the flight to safety deposits also, and say you need to cover them with securities, it may impinge on their ability to make those loans in tough times, the credit line drawdowns that these large banks have to satisfy. So we have to keep in mind that these guys are re-intermediating liquidity in downturns, and we have to make sure the regulations don't impinge immediately, because that would inhibit their ability to do it. Now, of course, the other two are motherhood and apple pie for regulation. Be careful about creating sort of blocks of safety, because if you make the large banks much more sort of fortress balance sheets, there's a big run from the small banks to the large banks in times of trouble. So you may precipitate more of a problem that you want. Symmetric regulation is better for this. Convince people that small banks are also well regulated. Of course, there's the balloon effect also. Push on the large banks and say, you have to be more careful. Where does the risk migrate? It migrates elsewhere in the system. Commercial real estate loans are a classic example. Moved from the large banks to the small banks, and now we're trying to figure out what to do with it. The capital buffer against interest rate risk and flowing the mark-to-market losses to regulatory capital, there's absolutely no question that this needs to be done. The only point I would make, and this is something that Arvind and I discussed yesterday, which is you really want to mark-to-market interest rate risk, but on both sides of the balance sheet, not just on the asset side. So if you have a very safe balance sheet with liabilities that don't run, you want to think about that also. And you want to talk about two-way interest rate risk, not just when it goes up, but also when it goes down. That may be a problem for some banks. So doing this across the board evaluation of interest rate risk is really important. Today, we typically do it on one side if we do it at all, and doing it on both sides is key. And finally, allowing mid-sized banks to consolidate makes absolute sense. The only question is, how do you operationalize it, right? Because part of the problem is the small banks have a business, the large banks have a business, the mid-sized banks don't have a business. So you sort of want asymmetric favorability to mergers. And how do you put that into operation? How do you say, okay, if you're small, don't merge, because that's how we got mid-sized banks. Mergers of small banks, and they lost their franchise because they couldn't do what Jeremy has written about relationship loans, because they lost the soft information. And since they don't have a business, what do you allow? You don't want to allow JP Morgan and Bank of America, but what size do you allow? How do you put that in practice? We just had the FDIC saying no more mergers. So clearly, we need some convincing to do, but I think it's a very sensible proposal. Again, great paper, interesting topic, lots of recommendations, good to investigate in detail. Thanks.
And the second discussant is Arvind Krishnamurthy.
Thank you. Okay, great. So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to discuss this paper. If there's one comment that I want to make loudly, it's that it's timely. And I'll explain what I mean by that as I talk through the slide. So it's about a year now since we had the SVB failure. There's been lots written about it. Raghu talked about this. I think we know the ingredients at play. Lots of uninsured deposits, basically a failure of interest rate risk management. That's the failure. The uninsured deposits went very fast. 25 billion went in a day. I think what we understand is if they hadn't closed the bank, they would have probably gone even faster. Why? Not sure we fully understand. Maybe it was the deposit base, a very technology connected deposit base. But one of the things that I think we learned from that is uninsured deposits can go very fast, especially when they're corporate deposits. People paying attention to value of banks, stuff can happen very quickly. So that's one fact. So the paper, as I see it, makes the point you shouldn't just think about SVB in isolation. There's a broader thing that's been happening in the banking sector over the last 25 years. Uninsured deposits have gone up considerably. The way in which banks are operating their business models have changed considerably. I mean, the one fact that Jeremy and co-authors have put on the table is this growth in non-bank lending that is taking a core part of bank business away from banks. What does it look like? It looks to me like the large banks have shifted their business model to doing something like liquidity provision, right? They're security market making, they're offering credit lines, they're doing a bunch of stuff that they seem like they're fine. And so where the entry comes in and where the business model is undercut is at these regional bank levels. So on the right side there, I have a graph of the cumulative stock returns on the top 5 banks in the US versus the regional bank index that I'm pretty sure all of you have looked at some point in the last year. And you can see that March 23 when orange line goes down. But then if you just follow this through, those cumulative returns have a big divergence, right? The question of the business model of the regional banks is not just one that you can see by looking at the data that they're looking at. The financial markets are waking up on asking the same question. What is going to happen to this model? So I take these facts and I overlay another fact from a paper that some of you probably also know, this Zhang, Matvos, Piskorsky, Seru paper, which goes out and asks the ingredients that were present in SVB, high uninsured deposits, long duration, unhedged interest rate risk. Were those ingredients just about SVB or were they broader in the banking system? And the takeaway from that paper is there's hundreds of banks that look like SVB of varying size. They're mostly of the medium size, but there's a bunch of banks that fall into this category. So putting all of that together, we haven't seen hundreds of bank failures. In fact, since last spring, we have one more thing on the table, which is commercial real estate losses, which are probably sitting in exactly these sets of banks. We haven't seen hundreds of bank failures. Does that mean it's all fine? I think the answer clearly is no. Raghu gave you some numbers on the size of the government intervention. To me, probably the most significant thing is the market perception now that uninsured deposits are basically insured has probably taken run risk out of the banking system. I don't think that's so. As I said, one of the things that I really take away from this paper, and this is why I think this is timely, is we're in a situation now where the stresses that were present last fall or last spring, if anything, are there in a larger way. We run the risk, if we don't take an action, of just kicking the can down the road. And so I fully endorse pretty much all of the regulatory proposals that the paper puts on the table. And if anything, I think we could go even further on some of them. So what I want to do in my few minutes is mainly to talk about the regulatory proposals. There's 3 sets of proposals that they put on the table. The first is to tighten the liquidity coverage ratio, to change the threshold for who's covered with the liquidity coverage ratio to being down to 100 billion. So this would pull SVB into an LCR regulation. I'll talk more about liquidity coverage ratio in the next few slides. And then to change the assumptions, increase the runoff rate, which Previously it was 40%. Let's increase it to reflect some of the things that we've learned in the last year. Okay, really very sensible. And then there's another thing, which is to pre-position collateral at the discount window. I'll also talk about that. Another very sensible thing, redo regulation of interest rate. It seems kind of bizarre that we don't regulate interest rate risk both from a capital charge standpoint as well as ex post when there are losses on long duration securities to not have these flow into capital. Extremely sensible. Third, encourage bank mergers in the mid-sized regional banks. It seems likely that the industrial organization of the banking sector is changing. I don't know exactly where it's going to change. When I look at the SVB event that played out last spring, there was value in that franchise. I mean, they were providing a business. I don't think that the customers of SVB looked at this and said, we want out, this is a business model that's dead. They were providing value. So maybe that value is not being provided by JP Morgan. Maybe it isn't going to be provided by some new fintech that's out there. So I'm not sure how all of this is going to play out. That's the thing that we'll see. And presumably there's going to be some mergers in here that'll take care of this. So as I said, I think the main thing I want to talk about is I just want to run you through the thinking around the regulatory policy proposals. And to some extent, I'm just going to review what Jeremy did in his slides. And then I'm going to go a little further and think about just two more things. Okay, so that right side balance sheet of a model, balance sheet of a bank, loans, some tradable securities funded by deposits and equity. I'm going to add one more thing relative to the analysis that Jeremy walked us through. Let's think of the bank as creating some value both in the deposit and the loan side. Simple way to think about that value is R star here, what I've drawn here is not the neutral rate, that's the Fed funds rate. This is, think of a bank as, say, being able to collect deposits at RD, which is below the Fed funds rate or an overnight interest rate. Likewise, there's some value on the loan side, some loan rate relative to the Fed funds rate. That's a spread that the bank also collects. Then there's a revenue stream that the bank gets, which is you can think of as I can collect my deposits. I can just always invest it at the overnight rate. So there's a spread I can collect on that times the quantity of deposits. Likewise, on the loans. There's a cost of running a bank. What's the value of the bank then? It's just the value of the securities plus the present value of this flow. That's the franchise value of a bank. Okay. Yeah. I'll bring that franchise value back in more over the next few slides. So when you think about a bank, there's basically two types of thresholds that are relevant for bank operation or for bank regulation. The first one is a solvency requirement. So the value of the bank, loans plus securities minus deposits, plus any mark-to-market losses or gains on loans and securities, plus the present value of that franchise has to be above zero. That's effectively the market value of the bank. That's a solvency threshold. Capital requirements are playing with things in that first, that top line. The second line that's relevant for banks is a liquidity coverage requirement, which is just asking the question, suppose all your depositors, imagine uninsured depositors, run to the bank and ask for their money back. What are you going to collect from it? Well, you're going to be able to have your securities. The way I've written this equation down is securities with no haircut. So you can just sell your securities at whatever market value. And then on loans, there's this H thing that I've written there, which is some type of either fire sale loss or haircut when you're trying to get cash against your loans. The liquidity threshold for a bank is that needs to be above your deposits. Okay. So the liquidity coverage ratio and regulations around liquidity are all about the second line. Okay. And the way that the liquidity coverage ratio is written, and this is the one I think that they're proposing, is take securities, leave market value adjustments, mark to market, I'll talk about this as well, minus some deposits times a runoff rate. Lambda is some 40%, 60%. We need to make sure that that's above zero. That's a liquidity coverage requirement. So what goes into thinking about what should go into this liquidity coverage requirement? Well, first, if the social costs of fire selling your loans, if all the depositors come in and ask for their money back, I sell my securities. If I need more, I got to sell loans. there's some cost I'm incurring that's related to H. If the social costs of that are higher than the private costs, tighten liquidity requirements. If you tighten the liquidity requirement, what you're doing is you're incentivizing banks to hold securities rather than loans. If lending is not as socially valuable, one of the facts that they're putting on the table, then you want to tighten this. Okay, so I think you look at the world over the last year and you realize, well, lambda looks higher than we thought it was. Lambda is very relevant, not just for the large banks. It's relevant even for a bank that is an SVB-style bank. Some of these banks are being disintermediated, so lending is not such a big deal. So it seems clear that directionally we should increase liquidity coverage ratio and put it into the smaller banks. So that seems like a very clear point. The second point that the paper makes is change the way the LCR is imposed by pre-positioning collateral at the discount window. There's this odd thing that happens during financial crises, and it's happened repeatedly over the last 15 years. Banks seem to turn to the Federal Home Loan Bank to get their liquidity. Why? I don't know fully. There may be something about stigma. I don't fully understand what stigma is in the banks, but there's something odd that happens in the world where the discount window, which is supposed to provide liquidity, is not doing it. So operationally, if you say pre-position collateral, it's almost like putting the discount window on the hook as the first line of liquidity. It seems like a very sensible thing. I don't know how well it's going to work, but it seems like an extremely low-hanging fruit to impose the liquidity coverage ratio in this way and have the Fed be the one that provides the liquidity. The Fed, it's worth noting, is already in the market repeatedly, both in the repo market as well as the primary market, in treasuries and mortgages, and just about every financial crisis event. So this seems easy. I think it should be done. There's a bunch of other places where similar proposals are being made. I agree completely. We should do this. Second set of issues. So the paper argues that we should use short-term securities to meet the liquidity coverage ratio, okay, rather than say short-term as well as long-term treasuries. The paper understands that there's some equilibrium issues that come in as soon as you do this, which is that if you really put in a high LCR on lots of uninsured deposits, there isn't enough reserves, and you're going to just soak up all of the reserves in the T-bills in the system, which could create distortions. Like one distortion that may be very relevant for people in this room is presumably it'll bring T-bill yields down and maybe incentivize the federal government, the Treasury, to finance itself short rather than long, mess things up in some other ways that we have to be careful of. I have a comment to make. I find the discount window sort of anachronistic. And the reason I say this is we live in a world right now in which interest rate risk is not just managed through cash securities, it's also managed through derivatives. Conceptually, economically, financially, if you take a long-term treasury, add on an interest rate swap, that is a short duration securities. Why can't we just take a long-term treasury with an interest rate swap and pledge that to the discount window? That would do effectively the same thing. I assume the only reason it's not done is because legally some other people in this room can speak about it, but it would solve this problem. There's plenty of treasuries in the universe. We don't need to distort maturity. We could use treasuries to meet this. Okay, and then my last point. The paper is focused mostly on liquidity. To the extent it thinks about capital, it thinks about capital charges on interest rate risk. Okay. One of the things I learned from the SVB episode is that turning to the discount window or a liquidity source to meet your depositors who are exiting means replacing a low interest rate deposit with a high interest rate cost of borrowing, right? The discount rate is higher than, so what does that mean? It means if your franchise value, the value of your deposit franchise is coming from your revenue stream of having a business where you're servicing corporate customers, paying them little on your interest and doing something else, when you turn to your discount window, the other thing that's happening is you've just lost a portion of your business. So your franchise value is shrinking, which is to say a liquidity risk problem very quickly can become a solvency problem. So to me, an obvious implication of that is that we should have a capital requirement that is also linked to your liquidity risk. And it's just a small variant of, it feels like a logical extension of saying if liquidity is a risk and liquidity risk can lead to solvency, then another way of saying this is that the franchise value is a risky asset that the bank has. And so there should be a capital charge on that risky asset as well. So as I said, I think this paper is really timely. I think the points that it puts on the table, we should all pay great attention to. We should not be so sanguine that the banking system is as stable as it has been over the last year. We do run the risk of kicking the can down the road. I fully endorse all of the proposals on the table. And if anything, I would go even further and put capital on the table. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll open for Q&A with the participants. I'm going to start with Andy Atkinson.
So I remember the failure of SVB as a moment for personal reflection. I'd served for 2 years with one of your co-authors on I think it's called the Model Validation Council for academics talking to the people who do the stress test. And fortunately, I'd gotten off right before SVB happened. But I was reflecting on the fact that not once did the issues that, interest rate risk and run risk that led to SVB come up. And so the moment for personal reflection was, the mechanism that was set up in 2008 through the stress test that is, conceptually supposed to anticipate new and evolving risks, just completely missed this. And so on the regulator's side, are there institutional changes we could make to have us catch the next thing that's going to come out of the blue?
Bob Hull.
So Jeremy began this session by declaring that banks have become bond mutual funds. And I just want to correct that as an incorrect statement as far as I understand. A mutual fund is organized under the 40 Act, which provides that someone withdrawing from the fund is paid off immediately at market value. So mutual funds are run-proof, whereas banks are intensely at risk for. So it seems like we need to alter that. Obviously, you can't say, oh, well, great, we'll just turn everything into a mutual fund. But conceptually, that's what we're trying to do, I believe.
Shabnam?
Excellent paper and great discussions from Raghu. And okay, I would like to ask this. So why it's an issue to bring down the liquidity coverage ratio even lower than 50 billion? So why not cover more banks and done with it? This, leaving the political consideration aside, this might trigger the endogenous mergers that you want to do, not JP Morgan in America, but going from 3,000 banks to whatever 1,000 banks. I think this is important because if we look at the Federal Reserve stress test data, Y14 data, the mapping from firm to bank is not that linear, right? It's not that small firms borrow from small banks and large firms borrow from large banks. It's more small and medium-sized firms borrow from medium and large banks. And that is important in terms of the bad times because these SMEs that federal government spent $900 billion to save through PPP is 70% of aggregate U.S. employment. And if they are borrowing from medium and large banks, so that threshold is actually very important, right? Like 50 billion, 100 billion, less than 50 billion. So can we just get rid of the problem by just regulating pretty much almost everyone?
Wendy Edelberg.
Thanks. So I think what I'm going to say is useful, but it runs the risk of being either totally obvious or wrong. So I started by thinking about how the total amount of demand deposits was a function of fiscal support. And with Louise, we went down a rabbit hole of thinking about whether or not the size of deposits could help us size this, amount of so-called excess savings, partly based on a previous BPEA conference. And the short answer was that the share of deposits held as demand deposits might be informative, but the stock in and of itself is not so useful. And so if you think about it, in a closed economy, the U.S. Treasury can't change the amount of money in the banking system. It just moves it around. So then you think, okay, but we borrowed from abroad. Well, that was pretty modest, actually, compared to the total size of the increase in borrowing. So in the end, it has to be QE, which increased the amount of deposits, and not fiscal policy. I'm ignoring things like the money multiplier. But I think that means that for future monetary policy moves, thinking about where QE ends up seems like a useful thing that in the private banking sector, it should be something that's on the list of policymakers, monetary policymakers to track. I mean, naively, you might just think higher QE, raise the deposit insurance level, but of course, you're not gonna have it very, quarter by quarter. And also, it really matters where it's concentrated. But it, like so many things, like this was surely always at play with QE affecting the amount of deposits in the system, but everything about COVID was outsized. And so this was just a much larger effect, but now it should probably be on the list of monetary policymakers going forward.
Okay, Larry Ball.
Thanks. I want to support the idea that the LCR regulation should be strengthened. It's based on a stress scenario, which I think is not sufficiently dire to capture what can happen in a real crisis. And the paper, of course, mentions the overly optimistic assumption about uninsured deposits. But I think there are other assumptions as well. A couple examples, I think the outflow rates for repo financing are too low. I don't think they get it right on how much margin would have to be posted in derivatives contracts. Maybe most important, the scenario assumes that the outflows are largely offset by inflows, which basically come from cutting off financing to customers, which a bank might not want to do if it doesn't want to destroy its business going forward. So I have a paper on this that I will generously share with you in due course. So I think there's a clear case for strengthening the rule a lot. The problem, of course, if you really have a realistic stress scenario, you may find that to weather that, you have to hold so much liquidity, you have nothing at all left over for lending. And I think in light of that, I think it's a great idea. The pre-positioning collateral is a great idea for dealing with that. I think the spirit of the LCR rule, I think, is that banks should be able to survive a crisis without help, without borrowing. That's not part of the scenario, and that's maybe just unrealistic. And so we should, incorporate. And now I think maybe people sort of know, well, the scenario is not really realistic, but the Fed will come in and making that all explicit. The role of the Fed would be better.
Randy Krosner.
Thanks. Given that the banks have been exiting from information-intensive lending, I'm not sure I would say, well, since they're not doing much of it anyway, just push them all the way out. It may be that it's very valuable what little they are doing, and it may be unintended consequences of other parts of the regulatory system that have pushed them out. And so I would not be so cavalier about that. In particular, there was a recent BIS paper that looked at how firms evolve before and after crises when they rely primarily on banks versus non-banks. And they tried to do as much as possible for ex-ante adjustment for quality. Obviously, that's not going to be perfect. There's going to be some selection mechanism on who's going to banks and who's going to non-banks. But what they found is that after a tumult or crisis, lending went down much more at the firms that were reliant primarily on the non-banks and didn't recover. And they also had much less investment. So there could be a financial stability issue that comes in. So I would just be a little bit careful about being kind of cavalier about that. Second, on role of QE, since we're in QT now, we should by probably the end of 24, we'll have a test of the two hypotheses. Will we see deposits go down very significantly or not? Because the Fed's balance sheet, as well as a lot of other countries' central banks' balance sheets, have gone down very significantly. So by the end of 24, we should see some evidence on that. I do think that it's just insane that we didn't adopt the rule that every other country adopted on having a capital charge if you're taking interest rate risk. When SVB went down, no other country had this issue. And the problems at Credit Suisse had nothing to do with this. Credit Suisse did go down, but nothing to do with that. And then finally, on the prepositioning capital, in principle, yes, but I think the Fed actually needs to step up its game, because getting back to some of what Arvind was saying, there's a reason why people don't turn to the discount window as much as they could. It's often not that well run and not that friendly for being used. And so I think in order to do this, we really got to make sure that it's going to work. It's going to work without stigma, and people find it actually valuable to do that.
Brooke?
Thank you. Terrific paper, terrific discussions. I was really glad that the second discussion talked about, the focus you have on short-term securities because of the fiscal implications. Like that really does have, and I don't know if you even need it. There's the ability to repo. The preposition collateral could be long-term or short-term securities. So there was something about why you were focusing on short-term, given that it has costs, that's not clear. And the other part that I was sort of struggling a little bit is related to what Larry said. When we did LCR, there was a lot of discussion on the appropriate role of liquidity regulations versus lender of last resort. And so do you need to count it, the preposition collateral, towards LCR or not? And is there a dissonance if you count it towards LCR? I think not, but that might need a little bit more thinking through of the role of LCR versus LOLR. Thank you.
Anna Paulson.
So one of the things that this made me think about, which has just been a terrific discussion overall, is that when you take this idea that small banks have a very different business model than large banks, and you have a kind of one-size-fits-all regulation, the externality that you're thinking about when you're thinking about deposit insurance is super different across those two things. In one case, you're thinking about a fire sale of assets, and those assets are not information intensive. There's no kind of, the firms don't have to replace the bank lending relationship in a way. And so it's hard to design appropriate deposit insurance in a world where you've got these two different types of externalities, and they're associated with one type of institution and another type of institution. I think that might be something that we should think about a lot more.
Don Cohn.
So I too very much enjoyed the paper and support its recommendations. I think picking up on Bob's point here, the reason there is a first mover advantage in bond mutual funds, but it's much, much smaller than for an uninsured deposit. So extending the mark to market is critical. And I don't know, I think you guys raised it in the paper, what you do about the held to maturity that they don't. So I think you penalize people that end up having to use the held to, just give them incentives to put it in the available for sale. But I think that's just a key part of managing the interest rate risk and the liquidity risk is much more mark to market. A second point, I was struck in your charts by a lot of these trends, say in uninsured deposits, really were in the 90s and the 2000s, then it kind of stair-stepped a little bit. And I wonder how much of the recent change and the change in the 20-teens is a result of the zero interest rates. So and the time deposit, demand deposit mix. So banks were reluctant to price demand deposits at a negative interest rate. and because they didn't want to lose the business. So I think for the depositor, the demand deposit, they sacrificed very little from going from a time deposit with limited maturity to a demand deposit. So it wasn't so much about the banks seeking these demand deposits, but it was about from the depositor side. And so it'll be fascinating to see what happens if, in fact, according to the paper we discussed this morning, interest rates are higher, inflation pressure is higher, nominal rates are higher. Some of the things you guys saw may end up rolling off. And I think a final point on the discount window. So the deal on the home loan banks is it's cheaper. So you borrow from the home loan banks and you get some equity in the home loan bank, and then you get to realize some of the profit from the implicit government deposits. So I think one thing that's come up recently is reforming the home loan banks and making them go back to the root of supporting the mortgage market, if you think that's where the social, and not being general lenders. The discount window problem is hard. Getting rid of the stigma, I think there are efforts being made right now, but whether they go far enough. So I think the supervisors and regulators have to acknowledge that discount window access can be part of a recovery and resolution plan, can be utilized in a liquidity stress test, and I think they probably have to reduce the penalty, maybe not from where it is now, but can't go back to where it was on discount window loans. As long as there's a substantial penalty, you'll be seen as a lender of last resort, and why did you have to do this? So, and there are I think in the UK and in the Eurozone, they are moving to reserve management processes that actually have very important aspects of the banks coming in. When reserves get sufficiently scarce, the banks come in and borrow, and there's much less stigma over there. So it's not impossible to engineer a system in which the discount window can play a much better safety valve role.
Okay, we're going to take a detour through the editors here and let John go.
Yeah, so Jeremy started by talking about two views of the social value of banking. One, that they provide information-intensive loans, and on the other hand, that they provide transaction services. Whenever we make a payment, we're asking a bank to, actually do that trade for us. And I think we often that system works so well that we kind of forget how important it is. But, every payment in the economy is made by banks. And if you read about history of banking, it really hits you very hard how important this is, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Now, one thing that I find frustrating about the debate about this is that it's often very extreme. So the people that do emphasize the transaction view as being important, they tend to kind of go to the extreme and say we should have narrow banking, which is a very extreme view. On the other hand, you have, like on the other extreme, people like the banking lobby that say if you make banks hold a little bit more capital, then civilization is going to end. So it's a frustrating debate. Now, I think surely the results of this paper that we've seen over the last 2 decades or so, entities that are not banks able to make information-intensive loans, it surely means that we should tilt in the direction that they're talking about. And I think that's true both when it comes to liquidity regulation that they emphasize, but also capital regulation. So should we go from 10% to 15%? I'm not talking about 100%, 10% to 15%. That also seems to be something that one would think was a conclusion you might draw from the facts that they've put on the table. Another thing that banking traditionally does is that it creates liquidity. Somebody has to hold long-term assets, but banks traditionally kind of make long-term assets very liquid, and they emphasize that we should be having the banks hold short-term assets against uninsured deposits. So then the question arises, who's going to hold these long-term assets? It's very important that the economy be able to create long-term assets. And if it's not banks, then who? Maybe it's the central bank. So that raises some political economy issues. But I think that's an important, question to ask if we go in the direction of pushing the banks to hold a lot of short-term assets.
Christy Romer. I just want to second a theme that I've heard going back with Don and Arvind and Randy about making the discount window actually work. And so it's, I think the proposal of prepositioning makes tremendous sense, but I think we're going to have to do something much bigger on the stigma, whether it's supervision. I think the question of disclosure of who goes, I think, is going to be one you just have to face. So.
Andrew?
From conversations with James Vickery, I'm under the impression that more than interest rate risk on treasuries, it was duration risk on agency MBS that caused a bigger problem last spring. Refinancing craters, duration shoots up. And it's much harder to hedge interest rate risk on agency MBS. The market's not really there. So the authors might want to think a little bit, not just about interest rate risk, but the feasibility of hedging refinancing risk on agency MBS for these banks as well.
Am I on? Yes. So first, thank you to Raghu, Arvind. Great comments, and to everyone here. I'll just take a couple of these, and then if you guys want to chime in. I guess first, I think Raghu, I think we agree about thinking about the need to apply liquidity regulation to smaller banks. Shebnam, you raised the same thing, whether this should go down to 50 billion. I think we anchored on 100 billion because the 2018 law that amended Dodd-Frank, that's kind of probably the lowest that the Fed could currently set it without Congress having to change anything. But that's real politic, not economics. The other thing I'd say is it's pretty important, and this also just becomes quite hard when thinking about interest rate risk. Clearly, we should be marking both sides of the balance sheet to market. Like insurers, they worry about managing their interest rate risk, but it would be economically incoherent to mark their assets to market and not mark their liabilities to market. And that's something that would just take quite a bit of doing, but clearly needs to be done. And the other thing I would just say quickly, Arvind, I quite like this idea of thinking about kind of a capital charge that's related to the amount of liquidity transformation, because more liquidity transformation means risk of loss of franchise value and therefore solvency. And more generally that tightening LCR regulations and just raising more capital are probably both complementary. So.
Let me just say, thanks so much for all the comments. These have been really great. A lot of the comments about sort of the heterogeneity across banks and where do you want to set the thresholds. I think, for the paper, we focused on a set of banks because of what happened with SVB. But I think that the logic of the model naturally extends. So if you thought that small banks are still good at lending, you want to be careful about pushing the LCR onto them, because there you really are crowding out socially valuable stuff. And so, the optimal policy mix may well be different for different size banks and different business models. The other thing I just want to pick up on, this is, I think, something that none of the co-author team agrees with me, but I will say it anyway. So to pick up on John's point about transaction services, I think what we do in the paper and what everyone does is sort of take as given that it is socially valuable to accommodate liquidity demand. But that's not obviously true. So if you thought about currency in circulation, I think we know that some of that just facilitates crime, and that you don't really want to accommodate liquidity demand from there. I think the same thing is probably true of some of the safe asset demand we see. If it's corporate treasurers needing dollar assets to do tax arbitrage in Ireland or something, you don't want to construct the financial system in order to accommodate that kind of demand. So I think, again, how would you distinguish these things is a very hard operational task, but I just wanted to put on the table that there is another assumption here that all of the lending they do and all of the transaction services they provide is socially valuable, and that's probably not fully accurate.
So first of all, again, thanks to Raghu and Arvind. Really good, and I violently agree with most everything you said. Randy, on this point about not being so cavalier about pushing out loans,
maybe it doesn't come through. I think we actually are trying to be pretty cautious on that. And again, this is why we're wanting to allow loans to be pre-positioned at the window. I would say the clearest way to say that, to make the leap from banks have more securities to our recommendations, they have a lot of securities, and within the category of securities, we don't think there's a big social stake in whether the banks are holding them long or short term. Okay, so within that, we want to lean against them holding the long-term mortgage-backed securities in particular. Okay, now, we don't want to do that too extremely, because we respect the point about if you try to make them hold all T-bills, then you have all kinds of equilibrium issues. But, at least in the direction of leaning against. And this comes to Bob Hall's point. Yeah, I think maybe we didn't say it quite right. Banks are increasingly looking like MBS bond funds on the asset side, but of course they're less suited on the liability side. I would much rather have an MBS be held all else equal by a bond fund where people can lose money than by uninsured deposits, which are runny. And I think this also kind of connects to John's point. I think, if this is done right, it will level the playing. What you don't want to have is a regulatory framework that inadvertently encourages or disadvantages the bond funds relative to the banks. It basically says all these MBS really ought to be held in banks because there's an implicit subsidy, or we think we're going to bail out the uninsured deposits at the end of the day. We're trying to get a little bit away from that.
Can I say one thing? Okay, I just wanted to say one thing about QE and deposit creation. I think we think that a lot of this deposit growth over the longer term is largely demand driven, and we show a figure that says that it pretty naturally scales with wealth. And there have been some comments sort of thrown around about the role of QE in that process. And I just think it's not so obvious that QE is something that would drive this long-term deposit growth. Like QE, mechanically, if the Fed buys a bond from a bank, is just switching out reserves with bonds on the bank's balance sheet, but doesn't necessarily create deposits. And yes, of course, when the Fed buys a bond from a non-bank, it immediately creates deposits probably, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will stay there unless there is longer-term growth in deposit demand. And so, of course, we'll see QT again probably sometime soon, and so we'll see more of a better empirical test of the role of QE or the Fed's balance sheet in this long-term deposit growth. But in our time series, you can see that deposits have grown for decades, and we've had a cycle of QE and QT, and we didn't really see them shrinking. So I think relative to some people who have commented, I think that and probably we would underemphasize the role of QE in driving this growth in deposits.
All done? Great. Okay. Looking online, no other co-authors there are raising their hands. So, all right. So that concludes our last paper. So first, let's appreciate them. And before we move on to lunch and other activities, it's important to thank the people at Brookings who've helped all the authors and discussants and all of this to run smoothly. So principally, Hawen Chen, who works on BPEA 365 days a year. And then Megan Waring, who's helped us run things smoothly in the room and behind the scenes. Thank you. And then we have a group of RAs who turn the transcript and their notes into sparkling prose that appears in BPEA. So we appreciate all of their work in smoothing out the papers, smoothing out our comments, and doing all the fact checking, which the authors will really enjoy in the next round. Okay, so finally, the authors and discussants. You may not know, but the discussants perform multiple services here. They've done a couple of rounds on many of these papers, and so they're really part of the finished product in addition to their presentations here. So we appreciate essentially refereeing services from them. And then all of you here for the comments over the course of the 2 days. It really makes the conference unique, I think, among many. So lunch will be outside the conference room, so you can get a box lunch there. And the fall conference will be September 26th and 27th back here. Hope to see you then.